My name is host Eric. I'm the host of Talking with Spanish People, and I'm here to talk today about industry, the left, and intuition. So I was reading the comments on my rebuttal to Ted Kaczynski's nonsense. It's surprising, shocking almost, how much sympathy there is for some or more of what Kaczynski's saying, or desire to agree with it. So one of the things that Kaczynski does is he pathologizes what he refers to as leftists, basically saying there's something wrong with these people because they're the other team. Right? They're what I identify as the other team. Of course, there's nothing wrong with leftists any more than there's anything wrong with any other person who puts that kind of identity label before the actual work of political discourse. Hi, Carlos Paiva. Jeff Shaw ridiculously said in a comment that he doesn't think NI can lead you astray. NI can obviously lead you astray, and that's true for everybody, no matter what slot it's in. As I put in my response to that comment, anytime things coincide in time and suggest a coincidence in meaning, your intuition is going to make the linkage, right? Depending on how strongly it's suggested, that's how good your NI needs to be to make the linkage, right? The curtains example is a perfect example of an instance where anyone would intuit the same thing. That I put up those curtains in response to the fact that I had had a dust up with the neighbors the night before, and it was explicitly about even some of it somewhat about privacy. So anybody would make that intuitive leap. It's the correct intuitive leap to make, but it's wrong. In actuality, we'd ordered those curtains a couple days prior for the purpose of putting them up for when people came to stay at the house, so we'd have curtains there so it would look done, just so the house would look nice for the guests, basically. That's why we put them up. Why did we put them up that day? Because that's when they arrived in the mail. So even though anybody would make that intuitive link, it's actually false. I don't know what's up with Jeff Shaw. We didn't go to any concert. I went to I'm discoursing in response to the comments I read. Carl Jung wrote that intuition is wrong about 60% of the time. I mean, it really depends on who's using it, right? And what they're using it on. There are things that you cannot know except through intuition. Holistic things that have to be understood holistically. And to the extent that those things are best understood with the fewest particulars, the more you're correct with to use intuition, whether you're correct. Now it's September 22nd. September 22nd, Mrs. Mom. I did go to the music store, Mojo Music, this morning. I had a private appointment with the guy who owns the music store. Because I bought a bass there, like in Corvus here, and I wanted to look more at the bass amps and cabinets they had and stuff because I needed some kind of way to at least put it through something before it goes into the board. But I ended up getting a carbon bass head and cabinets on wheels. It's a 15-inch speaker, 15-inch bass speaker, So that's really good. I also got a couple of pedals, a couple of patch cables, a musician's chair. I got all of this shit, right, for $500 after tax and everything out the door. because when I went in there last time, the guy wants to. He says he's like he told me today. I think he's at 76 years old. So he's trying to get rid of his inventory, I guess. Maybe those base things, those base amps probably been sitting there for a while. Anyway, reading those comments, there's this urge by people to agree with Kaczynski if they already if he's attacking what they want to attack, right? Like somebody who had put a very intelligent comment said, nevertheless, that Kaczynski was right about leftists and their pathology, that they're over socialized and yeah. The thing is, they're wrong in the same way that that guy is wrong. He thinks that the problem is the other team, the team that disagrees with him within the narrow band of agreement, like within the narrow band of American political opinions. Almost everybody is in agreement about most basic things, but there are wedge issues which people starkly disagree about that represent values and feelings rather than an actual pragmatic or logical parsing of the matter, And almost always, those kind of expressions of political speech are of the same sort. They are mythologies based on reification fallacies. So there is no monolithic group called the leftists who all have the same problem, right? Just because they disagree with you about about core wedge issues doesn't mean there's something wrong with them. That's what's wrong with American political discourse, is there's an assumption that there must be something wrong with those people for believing such a crazy thing. Like, what's wrong with Antifa people? Well, what's wrong with Antifa people is very easy to articulate. They don't believe that rule of law should constrain them, and they're of the by any means necessary sort of argumentation, which fundamentally is contrary to a free and civil society. So, are they also adamant about being irresponsible? They seem to have a really good relationship with evading responsibility. Tine. Tine has a good relationship with evading responsibility? I don't feel like that way at all. I feel like TI is the accountability function, right? A TI user like myself will hold himself accountable every time he does something wrong. You'll find people observing me may say, well, he really avoids responsibility or evades it. But you may mean responsibility to mean something different than accountability, right? So I'm pretty responsible with things I need to be responsible with most of the time. Like for most of my life, remember, I was working full time, more than full time, working 60-hour weeks, etc. That was most of my adult life. Things have changed somewhat over the course of the last 10 years. And in fact, they've changed quite a bit. They've changed dramatically. So I went from married to Kansas, working 60 hours a week at Kudos at the start of this channel. Actually, at the start of this channel, I was working for Kudos. I was on assignment in Shanghai. Wuxidong actually is where I was on that particular occasion when I made those videos. I had to take a train out there to this boarding school. We put together a tournament for them and stuff like that, Anyway, back then, you would say about me, I was extremely responsible if you were to have been observing me. Once I quit drinking, for sure, it's like, even when I was drinking, I was very responsible at work. And once I quit drinking, things changed all around my life, right? It's like my Candace, who had said, I'm going to leave you if you quit drinking, if you don't quit drinking. When I quit drinking, she said, I'm going to leave you because you quit drinking, basically. She didn't like the fact that now I could hold her accountable with my TI, right? I remembered stuff. I had sufficient SI from the night before, and I had sufficiently good judgment the night before that I could hold her accountable. Start saying, okay, look, you've spent this entire relationship trying to get me to change to fit more into your script of how I should be. Well, now it's time for you to change. And she was not, she said, well, what if I can't change? Well, of course, she never afforded me that possibility. So anyway, the thing is, after I quit drinking, I ended up getting fired from my job in most shady fashion because I just as I was able to hold my wife at the time accountable once I quit drinking, I was able to hold my boss accountable too once I quit drinking. I was no longer living in constant terror of somebody calling me out for being drunk. So I ended up getting fired. I started my own business. I ran that for a couple of years. I got with Kimberly, and everything in my life went to absolute shit when I was with Kimberly. Like my business collapsed. I couldn't do anything because there was so much emotional turmoil. She was hitting me right in my polar. And then at the end of that Kimberly relationship, when it was like, okay, this is now everything's fucking gone to shit. Well, it just coincided with my dad needs help with my mom. I'm going back there. I brought in Rachel into that situation, which was from my, as a son was not very cool of me and not very responsible of me, but as a human being was the most responsible thing I possibly ever could have done because in actuality, it set me up for the rest of my life with the perfect relationship partner and the perfect relationship. Rachel and I have a better relationship than any couple I've ever met or known. And that's a good way to determine those sort of things, right? It's like, instead of saying, are we a good couple because of some particular shit, like because we're happy, because, ask yourself, how good are we as a couple compared to other couples? And you can grade that in terms of how kind are we to each other, affirming of each other are we, how much do we criticize each other and or bicker, and how much do we wish certain things about our partner were different. Those are really the criteria that can tell you if you're in a good relationship by comparing against other people. If in fact your relationship is better than everybody else's relationship, then it's probably a pretty good relationship. If it's worse than everybody else's, then you need to get the fuck out of it. If it's bad in general, you need to get out of a relationship. You shouldn't stay in bad relationships. I mean, I'm not one to talk, right? My goal in life was to never have to leave anybody. They would leave me because they were doing something bad if there was a problem, and I would hammer it until they either fixed it or left. But that didn't work with Kimberly because she was BPD. Regardless, the point is, TINE is not irresponsible, necessarily. Granted, INTPs much more so have a challenging relationship with SE and will probably self-identify as irresponsible. But a lot of that has to do with the experience that I had when I was first a classroom teacher at a private middle school in LA called Rebay Academy, and then gradually transitioned into an administrator at a private after-school debate academy called Kudos, right? When I was a teacher, I felt very irresponsible. I felt like I was not doing my job as well as I should have been doing it because I was comparing my actual job performance, not against the other teachers, but against what I knew to be how it would be done better if I did it well, if I did it optimally well. It would take a lot of work, but it would look like this. I knew that, right? So I assumed I was being evaluated in the same fashion. When I became an administrator, I realized, oh my God, my half-assery is so much better than everybody else's full assery. What was I ever even worried about? You got to compare yourself against actual alternatives, not against your ideal. or you'll always end up just failing on your own metrics. So are ENTPs irresponsible? Well, it's going to depend on how you evaluate responsibility. And it is true that NTPs probably don't like responsibility. They don't like having to do things. SE, having to exercise SE, which is in a difficult place for both ENTPs and INTPs. 8th and 7th slot are both difficult places to have a given function, and you're going to show deficits in both those slots. So anyway, it's a little frustrating that people don't get that when they're talking politically about something, if you are discussing wedge issues, values, monolithic groups like the left and the right, etc., the system, they, etc., then you're simply part of the problem. Actual political discussion doesn't talk generally about things that aren't actually policy prescriptions, on the table, off the table, whatever. Because technically, when you untable a bill, that's when it gets debated, not when you table it. So, but that's not how people colloquially use the expression. Anyway, look, I do understand that there are positions it's hard to understand how somebody could possibly affirm it. For example, rules requiring people to call other people by the pronouns they choose, right? Like, like Tiffany, Tiffany. Tiffany was also the name of this guy who I'd known prior to his transitioning and knew after his transitioning. And he worked for me as a tech guy. But he had already started to transition actually before I knew him, but he was just at the beginning of it. So, and I called him Tiffany because that's the name he said he wanted to go by, right? But I still refer to him as he because I know him experientially as a male. I know he was born male. I started calling him he initially, and I believe him to be male, regardless of what he believes. And so I'm not going to be compelled to lie with my pronouns, right? My pronouns represent how I perceive him, not how he wants to perceive himself. And nobody should have any access to controlling my perceptions, right? Nor should they be able to compel me to lie about those perceptions. So obviously, let's say you hear some lefties advocating this position that this is a good idea, or you watch a video, like watch Jordan Peterson dealing with this inflamed student body that's just making terrible arguments, right? And you think, what's wrong with those people? Well, what's wrong with those people is the same thing that what's wrong with everybody who's wrong about politics. They aren't endowed with anything like the proper tools attentionally. They aren't trained with anything like the proper tools in, say, debate. And they have no frame of reference to understand how politics ought to be evaluated or dealt with because there's nobody really making the arguments I'm making publicly that's well known, that's influencing the public opinion, right? Like, there are still people who are going to, no doubt, vote for federal offices on the issue of abortion, even though it's never been the case that the federal government had jurisdiction over it. It has been the case that legally it did because of the Supreme Court's wrong ruling in Roe v. Wade, which was wrong not because it's wrong for abortion to be legal necessarily, but because it was predicated on terrible justifications. It was deservedly overturned accordingly. There is no right to privacy, right? So it's like, the problem we have is this. Because people don't want to be honest in their political thinking, you've got people who have on their back of their cars, because they're pro-choice, keep your laws off my body. And then next to it, they've got a sticker that says, please practice social distancing, wear a mask, exclamation point, etc., right? And no sense of the hypocrisy implicit in maintaining those two positions concurrently. I agree. Keep your laws off of our bodies. That means don't tell me what to do with my face. Don't tell me to wear a mask, etc. If you've got ample cause to single me out, such as you are currently infected with this highly contagious disease, can you please wear a mask when you go out so that you don't give it to as many other people? Okay, fine. You've got a compelling reason. You've articulated that I am a particular risk. So that therefore justifies to some extent the group dictating to me, stay home for a while, potentially, right? But the burden is definitely upon the group to articulate why me as an individual deserves intervention on their part. And simply the fact that it's possible to contract the disease and then give it to somebody is absolutely nowhere near adequate justification for seizing control of my face. So what we need to deal with then is not that some people are, what's wrong with those people? They're wrong about these things. It's everybody who's not talking about politics like I'm talking about it, which is to say, and from a disinterested, pragmatic position, as a patriot who's on the same team with other Americans, even when he disagrees with them, who's not talking about politics in terms of, if you're talking about problems, you're proposing solutions, who's not talking about politics in terms of, does this value that you're talking about right now actually link to a specific policy matter that's potentially going to be legislated about? Does it link to a court ruling that you believe ought to be overturned? Are you advocating for that? What's the agent that you're advocating should take action, and what kind of action should it take? These are the bare minimum you should engage in before you're engaging in actual political discourse. If you're simply talking about these made up groups that don't exist except in your urgency to simplify matters so you don't have to think about them, then you're just doing damage. If you're convinced there's something wrong with the lefties, but not with the righties, or you're convinced there's something wrong with the righties, they're anti-science, but not something wrong with the lefties, then you're the problem. And I want to stress, it's not as though the middle ground is advocated for here accordingly. I'm not saying moderates are any better. If somebody self-identifies as a moderate, that's just as bad. You cannot have a general frame of reference like that inform all your political decisions and be doing it correctly. You have to accept the constitutional frame of reference. We are citizens in a citizen democracy. We are all on the same team. We've become much more one country than we were perhaps originally envisioned, but we have to be pragmatic as well as logical in our parsing. We have to acknowledge that we operate in the current status quo, and we must make our decisions accordingly. And that if your advocacy is we need to tear everything down and build it up from scratch again, then it's not advocacy at all. It's just being angry. So, the problem politically in the country is we don't have enough responsible adults like me having responsible conversations about politics, and we don't elect people like me to become those who govern. Uh, Obviously, part of the reason for that is because this kind of political discourse, for most people's purposes, is boring. It explicitly does not engage them emotionally. It's supposed to not engage them emotionally because you can't make good political decisions with your emotions. And your emotions are perfectly valid things to have. Definitely, they're necessary for your subjective calculi, what's important to you, what matters to you in your life. That should not include your politics because that's what you think is important for other people. So you should never use your feelings when evaluating those questions. What's best for the country is not a question that can be informed meaningfully by how a given policy or reality makes you feel. Homelessness may make you feel very bad, but those feelings cannot inform you at all about what policy prescriptions are advisable. Um, so, what we end up having is people who are politicking with their feelings, saying, we've got to do something, and voting for ever more bonds, etc., to fund more beds for homeless people in municipalities without ever considering the question of whether that will work, um, without ever considering the legal context in which those laws are being passed, namely the Supreme Court ruling that essentially functions as an unfunded mandate to municipalities on the matter. You've got people like I remember I was a comment in Nextdoor in response to somebody saying like, we've got to build more beds. I said something of this sort, and they just responded with something like, well, more homeless services can't be a bad thing. Yes, it can. if they're in the wrong place, delivered in the wrong fashion, you're going to incentivize the wrong behavior, etc. Absolutely, it can. Their history is littered with the corpses of well-intentioned and disastrously bad policy prescriptions. The war on poverty, the war on drugs, prohibition, right? Japanese internment. These are all terrible ideas that were well-intentioned in some sense. The Japanese internment was intentioned by honest fear, by Americans who didn't feel safe anymore and assumed that the problem was Japanese people because Japanese people attacked them at Pearl Harbor. Understandable, not acceptable. If we had respected the Constitution and respected our principles, Japanese internment wouldn't have happened, and Japanese Americans wouldn't have been treated like subhumans during World War II. If, at least with prohibition, there was respect for the Constitution, a constitutional amendment was passed, it was later repealed. But what we saw there is the reason it wasn't included as a power in the original Constitution is because laws of prohibition that prevent people from engaging in consensual dealings with others for the purposes of getting loaded are terrible. They create massive injustice, they codify human rights violations, and they are fundamentally a war on people, not on drugs. So what we see then is we had parents who were very concerned seeing young people buck the mores, the traditional mores, in ways that the older generation found threatening or scary or whatever. They wanted to protect young people against this threat called drugs, right? Well, that's another kind of reification fallacy of a sort. It's like what they really wanted to say is, I don't like the choices you make, right? I don't like these choices. I don't think these choices you're making are good for you. And I think that if lots of individuals make these choices, then it's not going to be good for any of them, and that's not going to be good for society. But the problem is, what's never good for anyone or society is for some individuals to conclude that they can best make choices for other individuals about those other individuals' business. So nobody's perspective on drugs is so correct that it justifies them imposing that perspective as a prohibition on other people, that they are legally prohibited from taking action they want to take that involves no crime. It's not to be a crime. Something has to be a crime against person or property or state, but not like that. State crimes against state are things like treason and or vandalism of government property, destroying a natural monument thing, stuff like that. The thing is, as a consequence, since there's a lack of understanding of the need to parse things without your emotions, it doesn't matter whether the law you're passing is appropriately federal jurisdiction or not. It doesn't matter if the law you're passing is appropriate jurisdiction for any governing body. It doesn't matter if you're voting for something that's going to impose your limited worldview on other people's ability to consensually engage in enterprise with third parties, then you're voting and legislating with your emotions, right? You're saying, I feel so strongly about this that I can supplant the actuality of the universe, which is that individuals, almost without exception, but not entirely without exception, are the ones who are best enabled and empowered and deserving of making the choices for themselves. We acknowledge that when people are little tiny children, that their parents have to impose some structure on them sometimes that the child doesn't choose. And if you're parenting well, you struggle very mightily not to impose that structure. You struggle to attain agreement with your child, right? But sometimes you can't, especially when they're toddlers and shit like that, right? But hopefully, if we're parenting well, as they are aging into adulthood, we are affording them more legitimacy in their choice making, even when we don't like it. And we're recognizing the ways in which they differ from us and our own set of values and beliefs, and how if we had initially any notion of my child should become a mia, we've ditched that now because we recognize that she's different than my imagined person that she would be, right? And that she should be empowered and encouraged to do what she wants to do, to be the best version of who she is, not to be some version of me that I want her to be. That's if you want to save society, let's start there. People need to parent correctly, and they definitely need to never abuse their children. Because if you want to talk about launching an assault on the country, something that's a threat to national security, if you abuse your child, they will turn out fucked up. BPD, narcissist, dark triad, something, some kind of antisocial bullshit, and they'll damage a bunch of other people. Because healthy people afford trust as a default. And they say, okay, I'm assuming you're a good person, I'm going to behave accordingly. I'm going to be a good person. And the thing is, if you afford that assumption and you're a good person, then people who don't deserve to have that assumption afforded to them and are not good people will take advantage of you and harm you. Nevertheless, you still made the right choice to afford them that benefit of the doubt, because it needs to be a universal rule, not something that you apply haphazardly. Granted, if your intuition is screaming, this guy's a scoundrel, don't ignore it. But you can't expect your intuition to be that good all the time, because people who are toxic have developed lots of strategies to hide that fact, especially in initial meetings with people. So Ted Kaczynski, people out there who insist on finding something worth arguing in favor of his shit for, I do not know why you were doing that. So somebody commented, this is a very fair argument to make. It's not an unreasonable or unfair argument. It says that he believes that people who are currently in third world countries were happier prior to colonialization. Well, he said industrialization, but what he really means is colonialization. And I that may be the case, but we have no, and he acknowledged he had no way of falsifying that claim, and that's great. So that guy, I left a message saying like, this is such a smart comment. I really appreciate you taking the time to actually say things clearly and correctly and with caveats appropriately. But his point was that they were happier before industrialization with their savagery life. Well, okay, you could argue that potentially, and you might not be wrong. But remember, in the status quo, to some extent, people have the capacity to choose how much modernity they want in their life. What you'll note is that American Indians, don't live in teepees and chase buffalo around. Even if they're on a big reservation, they cease to live as they used to live as nomadic peoples. They all got houses and trucks, electricity, etc. Why? They're on the reservation. They could choose to still be savages. Instead, they want to run casinos, live in houses, drive trucks, etc. I know that there is a tribe of people somewhere in some islandy area down near the equator, where they have actively rejected modernity and insisted they stay in their savagery ways. But even they have like they wear clothes like I wear, they still got their clothes from modern society. They don't use money. They carry on traditional meows, and that's all well and good, right? But they're definitely the exception. And it is the case that colonialization did all kinds of damage to the savage peoples of the world. And that's unfortunate, Colonialization, though, is not the same thing as industrialization. And colonialization, unlike industrialization, is a one-sided benefiter. Anybody can industrialize, anybody can engage in some kind of industry, make things, and generate new wealth by selling those things. Not anybody can colonize. That requires you to be technologically superior to the people you're colonizing. Now, regarding the destruction of the natural world, there's no disputing that industrialization caused a vast amount of damage to the natural world. But the answer to those damages is obviously going forwards, not backwards. The notion that somehow we can solve industrialization problems by getting rid of industrialization is insane. It's already occurred, and you've got almost everybody's well-being, prosperity, and identity tied in some way, shape, or form into the global economy, or your national economy, and the system, the post-industrial society system, right? Almost everybody's well-being, prosperity, and identity is linked to it in some fashion. So, we should all understand that when Ted Kaczynski is saying, let's tear down the system, he's really saying, let's destroy Eric's capacity to live freely for the rest of his life because we're going to destroy his portfolio. Even though he didn't put it together, his father and his grandmother is a legacy of my grandmother and my father investing for decades, right? They invest for decades because they assume that there's enough stability in the system that they can reliably expect to be able to make plans and see benefits from those plans if they execute them in ways that are ultimately useful and helpful to other people. If you're investing in a company, you're providing an operating capital, you know? If you're investing in real estate, you are possibly trying to be like a landlord, like my dad was, and my grandma too. Some people say, well, landlords are terrible because they're just getting money for nothing. Well, incorrect. It's the when income properties start generating income, it's the fruition of a long process involved lots of planning, lots of business, lots of TE, lots of economic planning and stuff like that, right? And in fact, landlords frequently uh, have their profit impacted dramatically by, say, somebody suddenly leaving the apartment in the middle of the night one day, leaving no information and owing 3 months rent, right? Like this shit used to happen to us all the time. And then I'd have to go up to the high desert with my dad and my mom and fucking clean up this refuse-filled squalor that these people have left behind, right? I've left some squalor behind myself, so I'm not one to judge, but I'm just saying people love to demonize modalities that lead to financial success that they're not good at. So, like, if you're not the sort of person who's gonna make the next Amazon or whatever, maybe rail against corporations. If you're not the kind of person who engages in real political discourse, maybe rail against government. If you're a Scientologist, maybe you rail against psychology, But regardless, if you're doing it right, you're not talking like that at all. You're not engaging in any platypus talk. The government's a platypus. Corporations are a platypus. Right. Watch that song by Phineas and Ferb, which has Doofenshmirtz. Doofenshmirtz, is that his name? And Perry the Platypus. He has a platypus controlling him. Now there's records on his fingers and he can't stop spinning. And it's a great song. Anyway, at the end of it, the kids in attendance of this impromptu hip hop show that Doofenshmirtz and Platypus putting on, Perry the Platypus, they start saying, "Oh, I get it. Platypus represents the things that are bad. The government's a platypus. Corporations are a platypus." That's what people are doing all the time. Lefties are a platypus. Conservatives are platypus. They're anti-science. And the people are doing it all the fucking time. So, what I ask for in life is not much. What I ask for from my fellow Americans is not much. Don't be platypussies, okay? For all of you people who do this group boogeyman shit, blame the corporations, blame the government, blame the lefties, all of you people are a bunch of platypussies, okay? That's what I'm calling you from now on. Silly platypussies. Grow the fuck up. Well, that's a fairly succinct way to sum up my message. Platypussies need to grow the fuck up. And Ted Kaczynski is as big a platypussy as you could possibly imagine. As Rachel pointed out also, he's a domestic terrorist slash murderer. So why in the world were we looking there to try to find things to affirm anyway? Unless he's completely forsaking his previous positions, explaining why he was wrong and what he's learned, and how his ridiculously bad vagaries cannot possibly justify use of force, then, I mean, why are you looking to this fucking nut job for any kind of answers? I don't know. He's obviously not a good person because he felt it was fine to murder people because he didn't like post-industrial society, the system. Those words are just smoke and mirrors. He's a murderer who was petulant and angry and unable to think well. That's what he was, and what he still is. I hope he rots in prison for the rest of his life. Because we should not celebrate murderers. We should not look to them for guidance. Granted, that's not a good reason to negate something that they're saying. I didn't use that in any of my negations. That would be an ad hominem. But nevertheless, if we're not going to be evaluating things on their merits, as nobody who would ever say, here, this is worth reading. Nobody who would ever say, here, this is worth reading about Ted Kaczynski's shit is evaluating things on their merits. They're evaluating things with their emotions, intuition, etc. Because it's obviously garbage. And yet, plenty of people, they want to say, okay, but look, when he shits on the people I like to shit on, then he's really saying something worth listening to there. No, platypussy, Ted Kaczynski is not a platypus. The government is not a platypus. Corporations are not a platypus. The left is not a platypus. So stop being platypussies. You know, I went to the store. I went to get this base stuff this morning in town. I drove down this little street to go to the ATM that's at the supermarket, outside the supermarket. And I passed this guy's house. He's got this big thing on his roof that says Trump won. I mean, talk about a counterfactual. Trump lost. That's why he's not president. He lost the popular vote. He lost the electoral college. He has never produced a single piece of evidence to substantiate his claim that the election was stolen. And despite not having any evidence to substantiate that claim, still resisted the peaceful transfer of power. Classic example of what happens when platypussies start engaging politically. They know that Trump doesn't like the same people they don't like, and that Trump favors the same kind of non-pluralistic America that you favor. Well, and of course he gets everybody all riled up, right? He gets the left all riled up, he gets the right all riled up, he has these rabid supporters who just think he should be emperor for life or whatever. And then you got these people who just despise him so much that they can't concede anything that's positive about him, no matter how accurate it is. How are you going to deal with being a citizen democracy when everybody's so concerned about individual personages and their greatness or badness that they can't even consider any actual policy prescriptions? Like, okay, I get that Trump's policy regarding immigrants, once they crossed over, it's like the separating of families and stuff, that shit was fucked up, okay? But no American should dispute that the United States of America should have full control over its borders. There should not be secret border crossings happening all the time. And in fact, that Trump's solution of build a big wall is not a terrible solution. It's straightforward and simple. You know, then once we have full control of the borders, if you want to have an argument about how many immigrants we should let in, that's fine. I'm not saying we should let in fewer or more or anything like that. I'm saying we should have control over the borders, and that comes first, which is correct. But if you're anti-Trump, you see him as a racist because of his immigration policy. His immigration policies that he favored may even have been motivated by racism. But it doesn't matter because the reasons I articulated are why we should indeed have control of the borders. That's implicit in a nation's sovereignty. And in fact, it's an area where you do not have any positive obligation whatsoever. So if we decide to let in immigrants, great. If we decide not to, that's totally fine too. Nobody has the right to border trespass. The idea that somehow it's a human right to move across borders is insane. Any more than it's a human right for somebody to come squat at my house. Understanding how incorporation works in general would help a lot. You know, in some sense, the United States, a federation, is like an incorporation. It's incorporated with powers and jurisdictional limits, and it represents a means by which our total interests can be served, and our constituent voices be represented in ways that meaningfully link politics to the well-being of the country. So, you know, the level of sophistication that Ted Kaczynski has regarding these matters is there's a difference between big groups and small groups. Oh, really? So that's the nuanced analysis you make of the system. You note that there is a difference between big groups and small groups. Don't articulate what it is, and then proceed to make unsubstantiated claims about how the fact that there are big and small groups mean that the system has to be torn down. And there are plenty of people who are smart people who are susceptible to this bullshit. Anybody who's using their knowledge function, most of all, to engage politically is going to be at risk for this kind of nonsense because they don't want to determine what's correct. They want to already know what's correct. They can either know this with SI, what they've learned from their parents and friends and family. They can know it with NI, which frequently leads to absolutely ridiculously unwarranted conclusions. And in fact, people trust their intuition way too much. It doesn't seem to matter what slot it's in. Maybe not in 7th slot they don't trust it, but like you see ESFPs trusting the shit out of their intuition all the time to make this week's final grand epiphany truth statement that will be displaced by next week's with, and it explains, you know, it's like they ignore SI, right? They ignore SI, they got shitty NI, they've got non-communicative skills and non-communicative functions in their conscious stack. And so they rely on their knowledge function to deal with anything objective because it's the objective function they have. It's just in a slot which is a deficit area. So as a consequence, their NI is constantly leading them astray into crazy wrong conclusions. Like, oh, it turned out all I really needed to do to really break through and become holy me is to incorporate fasting. Then next week, Actually, what I've learned now, and I used to think that too, but now I see, it's really about limiting your carbs. It's really about retaining your semen. All these like super physical and other things. Listen, try it. You'll see how manifesting works. If you just say, pick a duck or a drum, and just think about duck, 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 and just observe in the world, and you'll see that duck things manifest all around you. Well, obviously, if you're consciously putting yourself, saying to yourself, let me evaluate things through a frame of duck linkage, then you'll find things that link to ducks. Oh, there's some water. Ducks float on water. It's true. I manifested ducks. Obviously, that's not how it works at all. So, you know, you're getting a fairly extended rant here. It's not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily emerge concisely from a well articulated thesis. But of course, it's not like I'm working from notes or anything. So I noticed nobody's chatted in quite a while. I guess my rant must be really compelling. You new duck cartoons coming out Christmas is going to be so good. A new duck cartoon, huh? Feed your head. I'm pretty sure they don't. It have to be a very small microchip. A thoughtful goal, perhaps so right. Perhaps this world is really to help us, but we still have our challenges. I guess you guys have been putting things, I just haven't been seeing them. Like all the COVID vax hysteria. Right. A lot of hysteria about the COVID vax, which prevented us from noticing the obvious thing that we should have noticed right away, which is it's not a vaccine. It doesn't prevent people from getting COVID. And treating it like a vaccine becomes increasingly insane the more you recognize that fact. They say the Archons trapped us, but are they really there to help us? I don't know who the Archons are. You could ask about Hitler as well, but nah, that indicates everything is predicated on faith. I mean, sure, you could ask, there are bad people, right? Bad people are people who, I mean, we can distinguish between a good society and a bad society based on authoritarianism, autonomy, prosperity, etc., various metrics, right? But on all those metrics, a fully authoritarian society is very bad, like Kim Jong-un or whatever. I mean, the thing is, I researched it quite a bit because I had a lot of people around here insisting that Trump really won the election. Well, I looked at all the statistical anomalies that people were trying to reference, and none of them withstood any scrutiny as an actual justification for the election having been stolen. They were all very much explicable as naturally occurring anomalies within a data field, Well, it may seem like many fewer people died once the vax rolled out, but in reality, it was, the disease ran its course. If people had done what I said in the first place, let it run its course, let people's immune systems get accustomed to it, etc., many fewer people ultimately would have died, in my opinion, because it would have been more concentrated. It would have been a larger number, right, in a small period of time, but there wouldn't have been this straggler immunity weakness thing. Like if, in fact, it had been, we just let it run its course right from the beginning, then my dad probably wouldn't have died from COVID because he would have gotten it several years earlier and he would have been younger and his fever wouldn't have gotten to 103. Now, he didn't die from COVID. He died from a gunshot wound to the head. But regardless, it was COVID that robbed him of the rest of his physical agency and well-being, right? No, Boy Klaus, I got the shot because I was not able to go visit my mother in the nursing home until I did. And so even though I didn't want to get it because I already knew that you can't vaccinate against those kind of viruses, I had researched it already, and that it was very unlikely to have any disease suppressing effects beyond 60 days at most, just the nature of coronaviruses. But I also knew that it wasn't some secret government plan to get microchips in me or whatever, and that it wasn't just completely like bullshit either. That they had attempted to make a vaccine and they failed. Okay. Well, I agree with you, Carlos Paiva. Recent data has revealed that, in fact, I was right. That while the initial perception on the matter was that the vaccines make lower hospitalization and death rates, new data now that's been released shows that after 90 days or 60 days, depending on the data and the study you're talking about, that it actually increases hospitalization and death rates. So it's probably a wash. The point being, even if it's not a wash, even if it decreases hospitalization and death rates by a tiny fraction for a certain population, that certainly doesn't justify recommending everybody take it. Okay. So, it might justify recommending people and especially vulnerable populations take it, maybe, right? So you have to evaluate things honestly. You can't start with your conclusion that, like, because the COVID lockdowns were bad, everything pro COVID side is bad and wrong. You can't start with your conclusions. You have to arrive at your conclusions from the actual information that you've researched in scholarly journals, preferably. So, yeah, unfortunately, most people have a position on it that was predicated on their politics. So, broadly speaking, the left supported lockdowns, supported the various manifestations of authoritarianism and assault on the poor that comprise the COVID policies in America. Because remember, our COVID policies were fundamentally an assault on the poor. They were written, conceived of, and executed by rich people who thought everybody could perfectly well not work for a year and be fine. Oh, we'll just make a moratorium on collecting rent. Well, it's not a moratorium on paying mortgage payments, right? So what ultimately ends up happening? What ends up happening is the forcing people to not work for years, but unavoidably to massive inflation. And who can least afford inflation? The poor. Who's most impacted by all those authoritarian policies? The poor. You had to wear a mask on a bus for a lot longer than you had to wear a mask into stores and stuff. Who rides the bus? Poor people. Who has fewer rights? Poor people. Why? Because of our COVID policies. They have less prosperity, fewer rights, they're closer to homelessness, their lives are destroyed because they can't afford that 10 to 15%, more like it, right? Reduction in their total wealth. They can't afford to take months off and not get any paychecks. They work in a job that doesn't have a remote option. They work at a gas station in the place where they sell cigarettes. So remember that, Lou. Remember that when you're supporting COVID policies, you're damaging the poor. You're assaulting the poor and where they can least afford to be assaulted in their pocketbooks. Now, as far as the vaccine goes, well, the government certainly shouldn't have bought 1 billion of them to give free to everybody because they did that before they even determined whether it worked or not, despite the fact that we had all the science we needed ahead of time to explain why scientists have been unable to come up with a vaccine for the coronavirus in the decades prior to this, since vaccines have been invented until now, to think that suddenly, because we really want them this time, that they're going to succeed in a year or something, it's fucking insane. Scientists have been trying to vaccinate for coronaviruses since vaccines began. We still don't have a vaccine for the common cold for the same reason we don't have a vaccine for COVID. You cannot vaccinate that kind of virus. That's why they had to have this new delivery mechanism or whatever. Okay, all right. All right, Lou, my bad. I did what I've been yelling at everybody else for doing. I saw you voice any support at all for people taking that vaccine, and I just said no. It seemed a bunch of shit, accordingly. So that's my bad. I mean, it does make me angry at this point because it's like I was right, everybody was wrong, history's proved me right, and yet the people who were wrong are still in possession of the same position they were in possession of in the first place. Which is position of stupid and scared. COVID-19. Destroy everything with the impression you bring. And of course, this is what my intuition says. I cannot substantiate this at all, but it's what my intuition says. That in part, the reason for the extremeness of the response links to, wait, that's not where that goes.
No, I was just putting it.
I put it in the wrong place. My point is that probably what happened is you had a lab engineered virus that was engineered expressly to cull the population in the most humane way possible by killing all the old and sick and leaving other populations unaffected. It got released either by accident or on purpose. And then the parties who knew what was really going on, that it was a lab engineered virus designed to cull the population, instead of behaving transparently, which would have allowed us to meaningfully engage the topic, they did not behave transparently. And so people like me were like, why in the world is the world going so insane about this cold? Well, I mean, I agree with you, Fly Guy. It's not something we should be doing at all, right? We should not be, no individual parties, no individual persons should be making those decisions for everybody, right? That's not a decision anybody should make at all, let alone believe themselves sufficiently wise and insightful and superior to everybody else that they can make this decision without informing anybody, right? It's insane. It's terrible. But remember that regardless of that, despite the fact that if my intuition is right, that we were being denied access to critical information that would have informed our conversation about it, all the information we needed was still right there in front of our faces. It's just that almost nobody, besides me, was evaluating it on its merits. They were evaluating it with their emotions. And with public policy matters, you can't not do that without inviting catastrophe. You have to evaluate things from a disinterested, pragmatic perspective that evaluates legitimacy first. If something's illegitimate, for one of a variety of reasons, we don't need to consider its efficacy. But additionally, even legitimate things, if they're not efficacious, we shouldn't do them. No, look, don't be wrong about the gold standard. People who don't like fiat currency, quote unquote, think that somehow they can avoid fiat currency. All currency is fiat, no matter what it links to, whether it links to the full faith and power of the federal government, or whether it links to the. You didn't bring a little spoon.
No, and is there another lighter besides that one?
I'll go get the torch.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Thanks.
Whatever I said.
Thank you.
So the point is, the amount of currency in an economy, if you want it to, the economy to function well and people to be prosperous and stuff, the amount of currency needs to increase to keep pace with the total amount of increased wealth in the country. No, not to keep pace with the total amount of increased gold in the country. The thing is, the reason people have so much trouble with this is that almost nothing else has this quality that wealth has. Namely, it exists foremost as a metaphysical quality, and then secondarily, a physicality emerges to represent its fungible form, right? That could be either a digital currency, a fiat currency, so-called like the US dollar, or a precious metal or other such fungible commodity, right? I have to pack a bowl before I smoke it. Otherwise, there won't be anything inside the bomb.
I bumped into the same problem.
Yes. So, here's this if you want to use that again. And Bobby says, Eric, you don't deserve to claim I was right about it all along. About COVID? Certainly I do. What was I wrong about? I engaged perfectly, discursively with that matter. I made no claims I couldn't substantiate. When I did make a speculative notion, I'd indicate such ahead of time that it was not something I could substantiate or falsify or whatever. And I wasn't wrong about anything. Well, I was wrong about one thing. I was wrong in my predictions about what people would do. Because I definitely predicted there's no way we're going to actually shut down like March Madness and everything just because of this virus. But yeah. And as far as I know, and nobody's ever come up with any examples to disprove this. As far as I know, I was the only person pointing out the methodology problems at the time with the Italy data, right? The fatalities and stuff, even though they were super obvious. But Mr. Bobby, what's important is not you were correct about this and that. What's most important is that you were correct about Mia and wrong about Mia, right? So if you picked one side of the thing and just committed to all arguments supporting that side, like you did, then you'd be wrong about some stuff and right about some stuff. But you were wrong overall because you weren't evaluating it correctly. So it's not really a matter of yes, the statements I stated at the time were validated by history, but well, I mean, I've heard you make many specious claims about the vaccine and how they are using it to do something. Remember, it doesn't matter if history proves you right. You can't substantiate the claim, so you shouldn't have made it. Without appropriate caveats, you know? I mean, I will give you credit for this, Mr. Bobby. You predicted, and it has come true, that there's been an explosion of UFO stories and different indications that UFOs are real from multiple directions. But well, that point, Klaus, if you wanted to convince me, if you wanted to impress me and convince me of something, find me another person saying at the time of Italy that the methodology was wrong. That in fact the fatality rate was an exponent of 10 more than it should have been. I mean, anybody else saying that at that time, and I'll be convinced that at least, okay, we live in a sane universe. I was not the only one saying that. We're probably better off if you want to do work like that. We're better off isolating things. So let's talk about that one first. I'm making that claim. I agree it's an outrageous claim to make that I was the only one pointing out the methodology problems at that time. There may have been more people than me in the world saying it, but I couldn't find them at the time, right? So if you can show me that, yeah, when Italy was going down, somebody else was saying, hold on here, if you only test the sickest and oldest patients who are already in the hospital, obviously your fatality rates are going to be greatly exaggerated. If you can find me anybody else who was saying that at the same time, I'll at least be convinced that, okay, what I'm saying is statistically possible. It's like, because in the status quo, it makes me think that there's some kind of crazy scripting going on, because it was such an easy methodology problem to spot. You know what? Ani Rex Satori Morning G Star, you are a platypussy. They are a platypus. The government's platypus. Corporations are a platypus.
Hell yeah.
They. Don't be so irresponsible with the worst use of the word they. Well, you did predict what would happen. Now, whether it means what you think it means, that's another question. But you successfully predicted what would happen, and it has happened. I've been reading lots of articles where some other person comes forward with some statement about UFOs, etc. And of course, Rachel and Corey and I saw an unidentified aerial phenomenon, whether maybe it was a drone, but we were not able to positively identify it as such. There were various indications that were contraindicative of what I know of drones, but I don't know a lot about drones. Regardless, I don't think it's aliens, but I could be wrong. I just, as always, what I say is, what is the correct position to have given the data on hand at the time, etc., or what is absolutely an illegitimate, incorrect position to have regardless of context, things like that. I tend to talk about stuff like that. If data comes in that renders my previous positions false, then I naturally update. So just because I affirm 100% that in the status quo, the correct position to have on the aliens issue is aliens are bullshit. UAPs are explained by something other than aliens. But if in fact I eventually see sufficient evidence to convince me, I'm not exactly sure what would comprise such evidence, but I would definitely have to read how and why other people are being convinced, their explanations about why they're convinced, and see if those explanations if they're worth anything or not. So, the thing is, the world's opened up to be a much more magical place in the last 5-10 years than when I was a kid or in the 90s or something. When I was doing debate in high school, the world seemed very sane, just split into two clearly differentiated sides, one authoritarian and one liberty loving. Now things are a lot more confusing, tricky, weird. A lot more stuff triggers a person's intuition to say something's off here, right? We've got, since I was a kid, 9/11 happened. Obviously, that didn't happen as per the official story.
I didn't even know about Building 7 until you told me about it.
Now, it's not like America hadn't had false flag operations before, like Gulf of Tonkin or whatever it's called, Gulf of something in Vietnam, where they try to like blow up our own people that pretend it was the other people or something like that, some shit like that. And in way back when in Cuba, there was some false flag operation, and these things are not unheard of. Certainly, history is littered with people wanting to gain or sustain power, um, not caring about the means by which they do so, which includes various effective propaganda that doesn't care about whether it's healthy discourse or true or whatever. So there's always been plenty of reason to believe that people in power, people who want a lot of power, people who have a lot of power, and people who keep a lot of power cannot be trusted. After all, power is another way of saying they get to impose their will on other individuals. Very different than wealth, right? Wealth, they're empowered to gain consensual arrangements with individuals beyond the power that other individuals have to do so. That's very different than power, which is about imposing will, right? So in America, we're taught as kids, and we grow up believing by and large that the government is by the people, of the people, for the people. It, by and large, comprises individuals, all of whom want the best for the country, but many of whom are unable to, or not smart enough to determine whether, in fact, they ought to believe in their own feelings or intuition regarding what's best for the country. If there's no way, if you can't provide at least a general direction in which somebody might be able to change your mind about something, or what would be required argumentationally to be different for you to have a different position, then you shouldn't have any position at all, because you're just letting your feelings invade the body politic with what's ultimately a very destructive force, namely irrationality and platypusing, and it's not any good for anybody. So don't be a platypus. Don't be like teens at an impromptu hip hop show. Men cast a shroud over the masses. That has been the human way since time immemorial. Well, sure, but the thing is, we should be better empowered now than ever before to resist propagandizing, to resist people controlling the narrative. After all, in a previous world, my voice would have been wrong because I wouldn't have been able to access all this information that I need to access to be correct about things. And it would have been isolated. I wouldn't have had much carry. It wouldn't have had much carry unless I happened to be one of the few people who's like a published author whose book gets affirmed as scholarly, and then I'd have too much voice. The thing is, what we have to figure out somehow, or what I have to figure out or something, is how to incorporate these two competing forces into a successful citizen democracy. Force one is a successful citizen democracy has empowered people to attend as they see fit. And that means there are plenty of people out there expressing idiotic opinions, and there's endless amounts of idiotic opinions for you to consume if that's all you want to do. And you're empowered to do just that. In other words, there's no force pushing people towards good political discourse or a functioning marketplace of ideas. In fact, every force implicit in the correct application of technology, which is to empower individuals to exercise their own autonomy, works against an informed body politic that knows both what comprises good talking about politics, what comprises good advocacies, or anything like that. Back in the day, a long time ago, like when the country started, or even when, say, Abraham Lincoln and Stephen Douglas were running for president, the way that people engaged with the candidates was through two methodologies. One, they read stuff in the newspaper that, at the beginning of our country at least, was often complete bullshit, as our founding fathers loved to make up scandalous but completely fabricated stories about each other in their political wranglings. Um, or they encountered the candidates directly via these whistle stop tours, as the candidates would travel around the country on a train and stop and talk. Well, Douglas and Lincoln had a series of whistle stop debates that people would go to the town square and watch, stand there and watch them debate slavery for 2 hours. And they would debate it intelligently, like lawyers debate things, like lawyers in the olden days debated things. And the people didn't have any other option, right? They couldn't, instead of listening to the president and his opposition candidate, instead of listening to them, he couldn't go listen to some idiot talk about how the system needs to be torn down and the left, right? So they were exposed to a lot of argumentation that was a lot more sophisticated than the argumentation that people are exposed to today, because people have a choice to choose something that's not so difficult. And people don't choose to do things that they naturally find difficult or boring, understandably. And it's not like I'm saying we should disempower people's capacity to do that. This is the same struggle that the founding fathers had initially in founding the country. They wanted both the benefits of elitism, having the best and smartest people in charge, and the legitimacy of pluralism. As to say, they didn't want government being a father figure. They wanted it to be an authentic expression of the people's will. So those things run in contrast to each other, and that's why we have the government set up the way we do. That's why there's a Senate as well as a Congress. The Senate is designed to be more deliberative than the Congress and to prevent bills from going through. We have a judiciary because both there's an absolute need for it, but because somebody has to interpret the laws, somebody has to find people guilty or not guilty, somebody has to say, okay, well, what am I going to do with this clearly unconstitutional law? Am I going to say that you didn't break it when you factually did? Am I going to say it's unconstitutional, therefore it doesn't count? Am I going to say it's unconstitutional, therefore you broke it and you're found guilty, but we're not going to punish you? There's lots of possible different ways to approach something like that, right? So the judiciary fundamentally needs to be there as the third leg. Three-legged things stand very well argumentationally and structurally as per our government. When you've got a legislative, executive, and judicial branch, each of whom has various powers that allow them to check and balance the scope of the authority of the other branches, then you've got an effective system at constraining the mission creep that's implicit in government, right? Government's naturally going to have mission creep because government not only has a monopoly on use of force, but government invariably collects tax revenue as well. So when you have money to spend and you want to do something with that money, then that's a good way to gradually over time expand your jurisdictional scope, because you're going to continually write unconstitutional laws that the Supreme Court will only some of the time strike down as unconstitutional. But what we've seen is the Supreme Court also has the capacity to reduce the jurisdictional scope of the federal government as per overturning Roe v. Wade. Whether or not you think it was a good idea or not to overturn it or whatever, you have to acknowledge that at least it reduced the scope of federal jurisdiction and replaced it with state jurisdiction as the legitimate jurisdictional authority over the matter, right? So it is possible to make real progress. In fact, that's what the country's done since its inception, by and large. When the country started, we did have slavery. Slavery was wrong. The founding fathers tried to compromise rather than deal with the issue. Remember, that whole like 3/5 of a person or something like that, or 1/5, third of a person or something. That was put in there by people who were against slavery in order to reduce the power of the slave-owning states. So it is correct for us to have gotten rid of slavery. It created too many contradictions, right? It violated everything that the Constitution said. And the only way to avoid that was to say, okay, well, those aren't human beings, but they clearly are human beings. And that therefore, it withstood no argumentational scrutiny, as all evil doesn't. No evil withstands argumentational scrutiny. Whatever their justifications are, they fall apart in an instant. If people come up with various justifications for plunder, for murder, for enslavement, for, preying upon their fellow human beings, they come up with lots of stupid reasons. Remember, their reasons don't matter. Once you've established their behavior is predatory, plunderous, rapacious, otherwise rights violating, exploitative, etc., then you don't need to worry about what their justifications for it are. You can articulate specifically what about the behavior is unacceptable, what the consequences for engaging in that behavior should be, and attempt to see those consequences happen. Remember, this is something that should be applied to rights violating behaviors only. So, for example, you might be able to articulate that Hunter Biden did something illegal. That's not a good reason to be advocating for his punishment. It needs to be predicated on an actual violation of rights or actual wickedness, wrongdoing to another, crime against, right? So, by and large, over the course of its history, the country has engaged in good progress. Women's suffrage was a good thing. The civil rights movement was a good thing. By and large, inclusiveness and diversity, the move towards those have been only good things. It's just in the very recent past that it reached its natural conclusion and then tried to continue a mission it had already completed, right? So for quite some time, through the Black Lives Movement, people who wanted to make identity politics arguments had plenty of good empirics to point to. The basic problem was that they were focused on the wrong thing in a way. Like, the problem was never that Black people were being systematically oppressed. It's that a bunch of individuals who happened to have dark skin were subject to rights violations for, it doesn't matter what justifications, right? You don't want to afford dignity to the justifications of those who are committing crimes against other people. So all those movements were great. Now, once Black Lives Matter, which again used the wrong language, but which proved also that you don't necessarily need the right language to accomplish an outcome that needs to be accomplished. I was ranting about police brutality, militarization of the police, and other such topics for many years prior to BLM coming into existence, and nobody paid any attention to me, of course. So BLM then came in, made it all about this irrelevancy of race, and successfully got the cops to stop shooting black people. Go figure. That was a good outcome. Now, does that mean that we think that BLM is a voice that should be listened to? No, I don't think so. I think that they predicate their whole argument on a falsehood, namely that there are these things called races that people have. I mean, like, it may be more common for somebody to arbitrarily hate somebody else because of, say, eye slant amount than it is to find somebody hate somebody else because of beard. Okay, that doesn't mean that the problem is the fact that they had to do so much with eye slant, right? The problem has to do with hating, making up a boogeyman and platypussing it. Whether it's that race, that religion, those damn women, those damn Republicans, the left, the system, they, one world government, the lizard people, the Illuminati, any of those things that you want to totalize as a boogeyman, that is just your way of reducing the reality we are in into something that's so simple, both that you can process it and that it can't possibly do any good as political discourse, because it's too simple for the complex reality we're in, and therefore is necessarily false in conveying a totality it can't possibly reasonably claim to encompass, right? So, if you oversimplify things, then you can be as right as you want all the time, right? Like, well, look, it says if pigs fly, then, and, pigs can fly like on an airplane, therefore then. You have to read the rest of the sentence, fucktard. It's like, you can oversimplify things. You said yes. I said, yes, it's true. I definitely don't want to agree to this. Well, you said yes, though. If you simplify, if you choose to ignore complexity entirely and ignore the totality of things, right? If you ignore if you don't ever make any actual assessment of how reality works, or you ignore the results of that assessment, and don't think they're important or weighty enough to be considered in your calculations, then you shouldn't be doing any calculations at all, right? Because you come in with a decision of what the answer which side you're supporting, and then you've chosen only evidence that substantiates that, and you've ignored all the evidence that doesn't. That makes you a bad thinker and a danger to America. And that's Eric's scolding for the day. I know how much everybody loves getting scolded by Eric. Eric, could you scold us some more, please? Remember, I'm not scolding you guys. I'm scolding a platypus that I'm making up, right? My platypus is called People Who Do This Stupid Ass Thing All the Time. People making imaginary enemies and finding a target to project it onto. Right. So am I making actually an imaginary enemy here? Absolutely not. I'm saying I've heard this lots of times from lots of people. I've encountered this in videos that I've watched. I've encountered this in the chat. I've encountered it in comments. I encounter it all the time. Lizzo's got one great song. I haven't listened to enough of of her catalog to know if she's got more stuff. I've listened to some more of her catalog, and I wasn't impressed by anything else I've listened to yet. But she's got one really great song. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. That one. Break my heart, yeah, you break my heart. I think you ever had a chance from the start. That one's a great song. That song kicks ass. Remember, I'm not scolding you guys. I'm scolding people who do this thing. And note, people who do this thing is not groupist. I'm saying if you display this behavior, you are the recipient of this scold. If you do not, you are not. Nothing to do with anything other than your behavior, so it cannot possibly be an ontological attack. Speech is a behavior, yes. Writing a comment is a behavior. That qualifies as a behavior. I can say, look, the way you're commenting on political speech is bad. Now, I can't read every comment in the world, but I can say, if you make comments like this, meow, 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 then you are engaging in this platypusing, and I do not like it. And you should stop because you're being childish in a way that harms America and the world. And we all have at least a basic citizenship responsibility to not be expressly harmful to America and the world. To liberty and justice and freedom and prosperity, you know. Why so many Americans seem to have taken their prosperity, their empowerment, their capacity to research whatever they want on the internet, and concluded that the best thing to do with that prosperity, autonomy, liberty, etc., is to conclude that the country's fucked and we're all going to shit, no matter what, because of them, they, the system. No, that's not what you should, on an SI level, conclude from your prosperity, liberty, capacity to engage information freely that other people in the world do not have necessarily, like people in China, who are, as a consequence, extremely idiotic. Like, they have been trained, conditioned, forced to affirm China no matter what. There's only certain very conscribed ways of criticizing China or the government that are permitted. Like, they can't use in social media the date that Tiananmen Square fell on, because they don't want anybody in China talking about it. So Americans choose to use their capacity to research whatever they want, to find out the truth, to use their intellect to evaluate things, to conclude that the country's going to shit, it's fucked, and it's because of those damn meows. And instead of those damn meows being the Chinese or the Russians, like they should be, it's other fellow Americans. Those damn lefties, those damn righties, whatever. Are we not even smart enough to recognize that we're on the same team, even though in all of our daily dealings with each other, we behave as though we're on the same team? It's not like you go through the world and you encounter people in your daily dealings with actual reality that are oppressing you with their politics, right? You don't go into the 7-Eleven and have the clerk say, I'm sorry, in here you have to wear a hijab, lady, or else you have to go outside, because if you don't wear it, you're a horrible slut. You know, that doesn't happen. We don't have government officials pounding on our door saying, Bobby, your truth seeking and truth finding and truth speaking is scaring us, so we're going to lock you in jail. That doesn't happen here. It does in China. So maybe instead of collectively determining that because we've found the most catastrophized version of our own subjective narrative regarding the state of affairs, that in fact predestines us to failure, collapse, authoritarianism, or whatever else your favored terminal impact might be. You know what I think? I think this is going to be a satisfying video for me to watch. I've obviously had to get a few things off of my chest, my proverbial chest. The other thing I have on my actual chest are a few of these little hairs. See? You can't even see them. That's how not Tom Selleck I am. Every morning, this is something I've not shared before because it's kind of personal, but I wake up and say to Rachel, reassure me again about Tom Selleck. Because for a long time, I was just in a constant state of panic that Tom Selleck would come and steal Rachel away because he, unlike me, has billowing chest hairs. But Rachel's reassured me often enough now that her number one attribute that she's seeking is not actually chest hairs. So I feel finally at peace. As you should feel at peace regarding the politics and future of America. Because surprisingly, shockingly, today, for some reason, we've had as many as 25 people here. And what have they heard? Nothing but this nonstop flow of truth, except in the one mistake I made with Lou earlier, which I've already corrected and acknowledged. Other than that, it's just nonstop flow of truth. Look, Hollywood isn't is a place. It's not a person. It may be the case that celebrity fucks up people a lot, but when you're feeling blue about Hollywood's pervertedness, just read Rachel's chat out loud to yourself. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Which of those four things are you not doing enough of? Because you're not doing enough of one of those things if you're so angry that you're worried about Hollywood people being perverted.
Sorry.
I mean, some people in Hollywood probably are and some people aren't, like every other population of people.
Yeah. This gossip columnist that I used to read said that she likes to study celebrities because they usually set the trends for what's like current in the population. But the thing is that the industry is in such a bubble that I don't think we can judge based on celebrities what.
But I think we can conclude that clearly Hollywood, to the extent that what I would call the industry, because I'm from LA, it's specifically known as
it is the industry.
as the industry.
I'm kind of like a.
Clearly, the industry allowed a lot of unacceptable behavior to go on, hence the Me Too movement. And I think it's wonderful that got called out.
Me too. I knew about it for a long time and was so upset. And then.
But what's interesting is I've never heard Mr. Bobby, when critiquing Hollywood, talk about that part of it. About women being harassed or treated as sexual objects, or basically extorted, right? Or baited or whatever in ways that are degrading and dehumanizing, really. So that's worth pointing out. But I do feel like that's been fixed. Do you? Like kind of like the cops shooting black people? It's kind of been fixed.
Yeah.
I think a lot of men in Hollywood at this point, if they were an abuser and somehow didn't get caught up in it already, they are absolutely terrified of even their existing bad behavior
yeah,
destroying them.
Because that's what, yeah, it's destroying them. And
Okay, well, look, Fly Guy, if you're a casting director, your job is to cast the best person for the part, not the person you most want to fuck. So even if it is consensual, it's it's at the very least a abdication of professional ethics, right? And
yes.
you know, aspiring actresses shouldn't have to become prostitutes to get a part.
Yeah, they live with that their whole lives, and for most of their career, they had to shut up about it, or had to shut up about it.
Right, because powerful people would say you're never going to work in this town again.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way. That's why Hollywood ended up the way it is because you've got powerful people, individuals, um, making deals in kind of a networking way with other individuals.
It's very narrow.
That's not it's not consistent with how other industries or corporations do business, right? Like corporations that are owned or publicly held corporations, there's not going to be that kind of cronyism going on because it's not effective. It doesn't link clearly to making money, right? But in contrast, in Hollywood, there's no clarity as to the linkage between making money and whatever you did. So some film might be a huge hit and make a lot of money. And you might have engaged in cronyism throughout the process. And another film you make, you might have engaged in cronyism throughout the process. Okay, let me respond to this thing. Eric, you're thin-skinned. You can barely digest the notion of women, adult women getting abused, but any mention of child actors being abused makes you shut down, so don't bring it up. Well, the point is, Mr. Bobby, it's not. If you were talking about child abuse in Hollywood with a solution in hand, or some purpose other than demonizing Hollywood as another monolithic they you can falsely attribute agency and specific purpose to, well, that's what I'm objecting to fundamentally. I'm objecting to your platypusing, not the specifics of that critique, because it represents something that's fundamentally bad. You're not saying, hey, listen, there's this person currently being abused right now. We need to put a stop to it. That would be fine. It would not be something this isn't the forum for that, but it would still be totally understandable, right? Instead, you're saying, here's examples of bad behavior occurring in Hollywood that justify my monolithically reducing Hollywood to this platypus, to an evil boogeyman. So, you're never going to get affirmation from me when you platypus. And you'll note that you're not responding to what I'm saying about platypusing. You're not acknowledging that it's a bad thing to do. You probably don't quite understand what it is yet, I guess, or maybe you do, but you're just ignoring me. I don't know. You tell me. Until there's a meaningful response to the platypusing argument, then more platypusing is not going to help, right? You've not responded to the last argument on the flow, and so that's not going to help. Being 8 has something to do with extroversion, you're sure? I mean, I'm 8 in my tri-type. I'm not 8 first. I'm 7, 8, 4. But as far as somebody says here, 1984 doublespeak seemed to be the agenda more than the cops. No, I mean, look, was there actually a problem with cops shooting too many black people? I mean, shooting any black people? Yes, the cops shot not just black people though, right? The cops shot, used excessive force, otherwise injured, harmed myriad people. Note that so often did this happen that I have personally been witness to it one time when I was in Pomona, and the cops had insanely, for no reason anybody could possibly articulate, brought 1 million cops, helicopter, fire trucks, ambulance, everything imaginable to the scene of this guy who had something in his hand. Maybe a machete, maybe a stick, I'm not sure exactly, or some kind of thing in his hand that was referred to in the crowd as varying things like a sword, a machete, a stick, and I don't know exactly what it was. We weren't quite close enough to see. It didn't look like a machete to me, but regardless, he had the thing in his hand. He's a crazy homeless guy who'd gone up to somebody's door and wanted to come in their house or something. Needless to say, they called the cops. Who can blame them? I would do the same thing. And the cops show up, though, behaving as though they've got a person armed with a machine gun or something, right? What I said right when I got there was, why they should just squirt him with the hose. It's cold outside, and then he'll be cold and he'll give up. He had like this towel, like a bath towel that he'd put on his head, like a like a veil, kind of like a it went down like here, like he had it kind of trailing behind him a bit.
Okay.
I don't know how he had it like that, but he maybe folded it somewhere or something. And instead of behaving sanely and subduing the guy without using violence, the cops are in this weird standoff with this guy pacing back and forth on somebody's front lawn with a stick or something. And then when they got cops all surrounding him, then they've all got like beanbag guns drawn and shit like that, right? Like not real firearms, which is great. Well, as soon as the guy gets like one step too close to this fence where all these cops are, one cop shoots him with a beanbag, then they all start shooting with the beanbag guns, right? And he goes down to the ground, and then they start tasing the living fuck out of him for no reason. At this point, you could easily subdue the guy. They tase him and tase him and tase him and tase him. Everyone's in the crowd is in like shocked silence. It's a big crowd until I finally say, "Stop tasing him." And then a lot of people in the crowd start shouting, "Stop tasing him," right? So because I was the one who said it first, this cop came over with the butt of his beanbag gun and forcibly shoved me off of the curb that I was standing on into the street. I didn't fall over or get hurt or anything, but it was clearly an example of simple assault and of him willfully violating my constitutionally protected First Amendment right to free speech. So don't tell me the cops didn't need to be checked. That shit's bullshit. I got $5,000 from the city of Pomona for it, and I could have gotten a lot more, but I didn't think I deserved more than that, Well, I didn't want to take money from the city of Pomona at all. It wasn't the city of Pomona's fault. It was that individual cop's fault, and that particular violation isn't covered by qualified immunity because it's an articulated, specified right protected by both the First Amendment and the Supreme Court's articulated incorporation of it as a federally, in other words, it applies to everything, not just the federal government, right? So by their own ruling on qualified immunity, he didn't have qualified immunity for that. He should have had to pay me out of his own fucking pocket. But in fact, my initial plan was to only sue him for $1,000, but force it to be him who pays me rather than the city, because that's just. Instead, all of a sudden, I had another freaking broke emergency with Kimberly. It was a horrible time period, and I needed $5,000. So I was like, "Fine, city of Pomona, you can pay me, but you're gonna pay me $5,000, not one." And they did, and I took it because I needed the money. I wish I didn't need the money at the time. If that happened now, no way in hell I take that money. I would force the issue to be decided so it would set precedent that yes, in fact, this behavior is one that is not protected by qualified immunity and that the city should not be paying these lawsuits. That's the problem. Why are cities and counties and paying lawsuits against cops? The individual cops should be paying those settlements. Number one, it would keep it within the range of bankrupting the cop. So, people shouldn't get damages equal to the harm they've incurred if those damages exceed any reasonable capacity of an individual to pay them, right? Like, if a cop has, let's say, he's doing pretty well with his massive salary because cops get paid so much, right? He's got 100,000 in the bank or whatever. No reason to issue a settlement of $100 million against him. And the problem with issuing settlements like that is resolved when you sue the right person. When you sue the wrong person, the city or the state, the taxpayers, then that problem is not resolved, it's magnified. So that's something that needs to be revisited in terms of case law, is qualified immunity, and the idea that cities are responsible for the behavior of the cops they employ. That cops should be responsible for their own behavior, like everybody's always responsible for their own behavior. It's like the only reason that an organization should have civil liability is if the defense attorney, I mean, if the plaintiff's attorney or the plaintiff can make the case that successfully that enterprise had full knowledge of it and willfully prevented that knowledge from informing people, then fine, civil liability is fine. And that has to be willfully prevented people from being informed about it because of interest, preserving self-interest or reputation, rather than they're being constrained by some kind of non-disclosure agreement in the contract, right? That would be, in those instances, it's a little questionable whether there should be civil liability. It depends as to whether the behavior of the offending party rises to the level of criminality. I think if it does, then obviously you can't, that trumps contractual obligation for sure. So in that instance, the company can't claim any justification for not being transparent about their knowledge regarding the individual's bad behavior. The problem, of course, is people can always claim, well, I don't know if it was criminal or not. I'm not a legal professional. I don't have expertise on these matters. But depending on the nature of the behavior, if it appalls the conscience at all, then it should be intuitive to everybody that it comprises criminality.
I love your TI.
Thanks, darling. I love your NI. I know I've been shitting on NI a little bit.
Have you?
Well, because platypusing, but as I've said, platypusing is an example of use of weak NI and also of using NI weakly. Like, NI is used well and strongly when it's used on the right kinds of objects. Certain kinds of objects of analysis are properly evaluated with intuition. Political matters are not one of them. Society, our obligations, duties, as both intellectual people, people of conscience who have perspectives on things, and as citizens, contributors in the larger discourse that comprises the engine of a citizen democracy. And we have a responsibility to stop being so childish. I'm demonstrating an alternative way to be. So it's not like you don't have an example to work off of. But, you'd have to agree that insisting on using the function that feels comfortable to you, no matter whether the context is appropriate or not, is being childish. So if I were using this TI right now to critique your emotional response to something that's not a public political matter, then it would not be appropriate. If I said, hey, you shouldn't be crying so much just because your grandmother died. She was old. Get over it. That would not be okay, right? That's not an acceptable place for TI to do business. NI without TI is not an acceptable place. Politics is not an acceptable place for that to do business, because you're being reductive consistently, reducing complex, nuanced, multivariate systems, subsystems, etc., plus static factors, relatively static factors, and absolutely static factors. There's so many different things at play that your reductive analysis of things, which is to say unsubstantiated claims about intentionalities, is both representative of fundamental attribution bias. That is to say, it does not respect the fact that people are stupider than they are smart. And it's much more likely, when you see a given outcome that seems dramatic and attention grabbing, that it was not the intended outcome of any particular party, regardless of how many stories you can make amounting to, well, these parties benefited from that being a willful decision, intentionally, fully aware decision. But it rarely is. Often it's a combination of many things coming into play. Sometimes you can see when something expressly is clearly the will of a single agent, whether it be of a group of some kind or individual. Like, clearly the Iraq War was not the second one was not the will of the American people, naturally, organically leading into our invasion of Iraq. It was instead a calculated agenda propagated by particular parties, Dick Cheney, George W. Bush, Karl Rove, etc., to at the very least take full advantage of 9/11 to justify a war they wanted to exercise under the justifications of regime change, on the grounds that any authoritarian government is bad and democracy is better and we should have regime change. Well, of course, they didn't argue that. They didn't tell the truth about their justifications, their motivations. You can easily see that was motivated, that what happened there was in fact attributable to specific parties. 9/11, clearly attributable to specific parties, an event, not a state of affairs. An action carried out by somebody, not not the system, not post-industrial society, or one of those other terms of art that vaguely references some kind of distinction. Like, post-industrial society is clear. It represents modernity versus pre-industrial society, right? That's a clear distinction that it makes. But when you talk like this, post-industrial society makes people meow, then you're attributing agency to something that has no agency. And that's speaking in metaphor, and that's not the appropriate place for metaphor, is political discourse. So I get that it's not possible for people to pay attention in ways other than they pay attention with, right? But it is possible to be honest with oneself about the areas of strength and weakness for those natural ways of paying attention, where they ought to, where they can thrive and where they will only trip you up. So I know that using TI to critique your emotional experience in response to some circumstance or event is not appropriate. It's not acceptable for a number of reasons. And that because that's my blind spot, I'm not well served to comment at all on people's particular displays of emotion. So I can at least be aware of that. Now, that might not stop me in the moment from doing it, but it can after I've made that mistake once or twice, maybe. I'm a slow learner, you know. I can know that I'm not well served to start working on this project right now because I'd be more well served if I stopped, remembered that because I'm not TE conscious, I'm not likely to do some pre-work I should do. Step back, evaluate. Okay, what should I do pre-work wise? Like which tools should I bring with me? That kind of stuff, right? I can be aware of my deficits enough that even if I don't catch it next time, maybe the time after that, if I remember, right? So it's possible to learn about one's deficit areas and adjust accordingly rather than simply being consumed by one's deficits, so much so that you're unaware that they even are deficits. That's the alternative to what I'm saying, right? And that's what you guys are displaying who insist that no, but NI should know what's politically correct and not correct, and etc. Oh, it's a good idea for us to describe these things in broad terms that let us express our anger. Because that's what politics are for. For expressing anger.
It's true.
There's nothing I can do. Where did I just kick?
Possibly this.
Ah, yes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That resolves the great mystery for me. The great mystery of what I kicked. Okay. So now that I've really given you what I think you all wanted, which was the premium edition scolding, the extended director's cut scolding, where you got scolded, you got re-scolded, and then you got scolded for how you responded to getting scolded. That's what makes it.
Like me
That's
as
what,
a kid.
that's what makes it the director's cut. Did this plug come out? I guess it did. That's why there's no electricity in my laptop. How sad.
Guys, Eric learned a Johnny song.
I did. I don't have it really super down, but I could play a little bit of it for you. I guess this is the end of your scolding. Strawberry chainsaw.
So good.
Right? Sounds pretty much like it, huh?
Yes, it does.
Well, what's your problem? Let me see what it says. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's right. What are your problems? You need to come home to mama. That's your problem. But I got a bass thing today too. like I got my bass and I got this bass cabinet and this bass head. I mean, the, I'll show it to you. Here's what scientists say about whistleblower claims, more alien stuff. Of course, I click on it, so it rewards me with more and more alien stuff. But all of that notwithstanding, that's the sort of thing you need to factor in too. When you're intuiting about data you're encountering, remember that probably the data is being tailored to you based on your preference. And accordingly, you're not getting a very high level view of what the totality of data out there is. You're getting a view at a very close up view at a small pool potentially, right? That's not consistent with the larger pool. So you got to be careful about those kind of assumptions. Anyway, that's not what we're here to talk about anymore today. We're done talking about that. Instead, what we're talking about is musical instruments. So if you came here for the political scolding, well, it's over, so you could go now. And you don't have to listen to me play musical instruments. I will pull up this thing. It does have the lyrics on it, but I can't really play it yet, so I don't know why I'm even bothering. I need to figure out what this 2 chords in the chorus are still. I was listening to it in the car today, and I still don't know what those voicings are. There it is, Strawberry Chainsaw. Okay. No space big enough for how I feel. I'd show you with my hands if I could deal. 'Cause I love you more than I can love myself. She remembers all that I forget. Yeah, I try so hard, but I can't outrun myself.
Strawberry.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Strawberry chainsaw, you're the treat. It's fresh and then you're sweet. Yeah, I can't play that part yet. I need to know what the other 2 chords are. It goes and some voicing of D minor that's not this one. And then I think maybe up here. I don't know, somewhere up there. Anyway, I've kind of figured it out. I'm not going to play this regardless. I want to play the bass and show you guys my new bass cabinet and bass amp. So, first I'll get the bass, which is right here. Yeah, I know, it looks dorky. It does look dorky. But this bass is, I just played it really for the first time today. I had Corey try all the basses in the store and tell me which was, he thought was the best one. I just bought that one. I didn't ever play it because when I got home because I didn't have a bass amp, But now I have a bass amp. So anyway.
Yeah, you sounded good.
Oh, thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
So, and it turns out to be a bass amp that I'm very pleased with. This is a good sounding cabinet and head, and it's got wheels on the bottom of it, so you can roll it around if you wanted to. Makes it easier to move then. It also has 2 handles on the side, which are good sturdy handles you can carry with too, so that's good. It's the best of both worlds. both carryable and rollable. That's a double whammy of utility. Here's the so-called patch cable that goes with this one. It's this one right here. I call it a patch cable because I guess it patches a hole between two female holes. Let me take this off. I should not have started this process over here with this, with the base on me. I just bang it into things. These are the sort of TE 6-slot problems I encounter. At least I recognize them for what they are, rather than just being baffled by my stupidity, like I used to be. Now, for a moment there I had 2 pairs of glasses. Now I have none.
Oh, Eric, you're so funny.
Thank you, darling. You're so wonderful.
Thank you.
Oh, there's my glasses right there. Alright, now I turn on the lights. I'm just going to get some sunlight in here. That'll help me see as well. Now I'm going to put my glasses on. And I'm going to look in the back. Which one is the one? This is this one. Yeah. Alright, so now this is connected to the speaker. And it's not yet connected to the base. So I'm going to plug it in over here. Turn the volume down. Yeah. And then I'm going to turn this on. Okay. Now I've got pre and post shape EQs on it that are already EQ'd how I like it with the tone knob turned all the way up. So you want to not change your tone knob, right? Like if you don't change the tone of the guitar, or the bass in this case, you can just change your tone on that. Because really your tone knob is just an EQ. Just like a high pass filter, basically. Or, a low pass filter. This takes it off. Or on the bass, it's probably a high pass filter. I don't know. I don't like using the tone knob at this point. Don't listen to me about gear and shit because I don't know anything. But do listen to my bass. Bass player, obviously. I don't play the bass normally, but this bass is surprisingly easy to play. So anyway, this is my bass, and it plays super nice. The intonation's perfect. It's got really low action. It's play the bass this good. I haven't played a million basses, but I think I got a really good deal.
Like, I think learning like a Paul McCartney bass line would be fun.
I agree with you. I got this bass effects module thing that I put away earlier for some reason. Probably shouldn't have put it away. But anyway, if I had that thing, I could play it. It's got a beat built into it. You know what else has a beat built into it? Your mom's face. So I'll just use that. I'll just use that instead. Oh, actually, I know. Never mind. I use this one. So I actually recorded that beat from earlier from that little machine, so I wouldn't have to get it out again to use it. And this time, my desire to use it happened close enough in time that I remembered that fact. How amazing. Okay. I'll turn on the beat over here instead of on the TV speakers. Well, anyway, so that's my
You're
bass.
jamming out. That's so good.
Thank you, darling.
You're welcome.
You're a real sweet potato pie.
I like these kind of environments.
In a universe where sweet potatoes were better than regular potatoes.
Wow, that's saying something. Thank you.
Mm, yeah. I don't know. I don't know how it goes. I don't know even what I know. I can't tell if that thing is totally alive.
Ani Rexatory Morningstar says, "You got talent."
I don't normally play this bass really easy to play. Um, and the thing is, to be a good bass player, you need a skill that I definitely don't have on the bass. You need to be really locked in rhythmically with the beat. Like I play like a guitar player, you know. So I'm never gonna be a great bass player, but this is gonna sound a lot better than me pitch shifting acoustic guitar to make bass did. That's for sure. It's got a line out. I can come directly out of the car when into the board. Sounds good. I checked it out already. And that little effects module thing is cool too. It's got a one set like preset on it called tight, which basically compresses and gates it just the right amount. So that's possibly useful. I'll have to try it out recording and see if it comes out better or not. You know, it's hard to say. I figure out that Led Zeppelin song. I don't know how to play it. Anyway, I'm sorry. I know Eric fucking around on the bass is not a very entertaining live stream, but I'm a little enamored with this new toy because it actually sounds really good. Do you think this is a nice fat bass tone?
Many people. Meow, 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 meow.
How does that one go? Meow, 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 meow. I was trying to figure out bass line earlier, the chorus song.
Oh yeah.
I can't play it right now. I have to work on playing the bass a little bit before I can play anything really.
Soft Gold says that was good.
Wow. I'm I don't normally I haven't been lately playing with instruments at all. But playing through that cabinet and this amp with this bass, it sounds. Obviously, it's gonna be hard for you guys to tell because I'm just using my phone as a microphone here, and obviously it's hard to tell like with the quality of audio you're getting whether I'm speaking truth or not. But I'll tell you, sitting right in here listening to it in the comfort of my own home, it sounds fantastic.
Yeah.
Like, I'm accustomed to not having very good gear. This was cheap too. He gave me $100 off the original price, which was $369.
That's
It was
really good.
$269 for this head and the cabinet
Wow.
and the accompanying cables. Not this one. This is my cable from before. This is called the red guitar cable. Themed for Christmas, but usable all year round. Isn't that nice?
It is nice.
So,
Caleb says, yeah, I think that sounds great.
wow, 14 people are still here through my bass fiddlings. You are a dedicated bunch. This thing, fella. There's a protector smash I thought.
Oh, I knew that.
It goes all like that, like this. You're gonna put it on like this. It's kind of like putting a condom.
Wow. How erotic.
Yeah, it's pretty erotic. Like most things around here is pretty erotic. Look at this cool chair I got too. This is a musician's chair, which is to say, really, it's a guitar or bass player's chair. And you can sit on it, put your feet up, have it on your lap, right like this, you know. Just like right here. You got no arms to constrain you.
That's so nifty.
Yeah, it's perfect for recording while playing stringed instruments. But you know what else it's perfect for? Something I've needed for a long time. A little meow over here. I've needed it for these things. And the reason I need it is because I'm right-handed and this is my right side. But Rachel and I have long since settled into these particular chairs. We're on this side of each other. It's good because this is the side I want to be on. We don't always end up on this side. Like in bed, we sleep on the wrong sides.
Yeah.
To sleep on the correct side of each other means I'm sleeping on the side of Rachel's undamaged ear.
Yes.
Because one of her ears is damaged by like ear infection. Sounds like kind of a botched attempt to repair it.
Yeah. I wanna learn the underdog by spoon and then use the tambourine.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we can probably figure out the bass line of that pretty easy. Probably spoon songs are pretty easy to figure out. They seem to have fairly straightforward bass lines generally.
That's good.
I need a beverage. Do you need a beverage?
Yes, I do.
Which kind of beverage would you like?
Non-alcoholic.
Okay.
Please. We got no time for the messages. No, got no time for the things you don't understand. That's why you must survive.
need. So besides this non-alcoholic beer, a couple of waters.
That's good.
It's good to have water because it's the most liquid of all liquids.
We're made of, they say anyway, that we're made up of a lot of water.
They do say that.
Who knows if that's the truth?
It definitely is. If you were to desiccate a person, like put them in a dehydrator after they died instead of, say, burning them, like, what's that called again? Cremation. Their bodies would become very much smaller when all of the moisture was removed from it.
Like SpongeBob in that episode where he goes to visit Sandy and he's in the air.
Yeah, he becomes desiccated. Like the mummies of ancient Egypt. Rachel, you gonna do some card pulls or something?
Yeah.
All right, let me pull up the stream on the Computadora so that we can see it better with our eyes. Let's see, live stream. Here we go. And to Mia. Here we are in the land of Mia. Hey, it's CJ O'Connell. How are you? Are you Lamau woman? Where are the trans women at? Says Ike Ogia me and so we have our house is super soundproof. I'm not worried about musical instruments bugging the neighbors because they play music too.
Mm-hmm.
So, and besides which, our house definitely does a much better than average job of being soundproof all by itself without us having to do any additional soundproofing. They accounted for this when they built the house. That doesn't mean no sound at all gets out, but we don't really need to soundproof too much. I wouldn't mind, I may end up making a music room because, but in order to do so, I need to get another laptop, really, ideally. Probably a good idea, but I'm not sure if I'm going to do it or not. I guess at the moment, everything kind of fits over there in the corner, but and then the guitars are on their case behind Rachel. The stand, I mean, on their stand. Okay, so the thing is, Rachel currently uses the blue room for packages and stuff. That'd be the only room I think I would end up using, could use, really. The blue room.
You could definitely use the blue room and...
If we wanted to preserve a room for, just for guests.
Yeah, that...
Alright, and like, because normally we won't be having more than one room's worth of guests at a time, probably.
Yeah.
So I think we should preserve the black room just for guests.
Yeah.
And then, but anyway, I'm not quite ready to move stuff into the blue room. Making that decision means, if you're gonna really do it, it means making the decision to get rid of the bed from the blue room.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not something I'm ready to do yet. We just needed it just the other day. And it's like I could totally conceive of us having another occasion where we need to use all three rooms and we don't have any kind of bed in there, but we could get like a fold out couch. I don't really have any noise concerns. We're not the noisy neighbors. Um, it is the case that sound sometimes travels weird in the mountains here, and that sometimes people who are talking at a regular volume to each other maybe can sound loud or close. I've noticed as a listener to sounds around here, not as a maker of them. But like the loud neighbors are the ones across the street from us. That lady yells at her kids all the time. Their dog barks. They're periodically loud. We don't hear them much inside the house because it's very soundproof. Um, Besides which, I'm not playing at a particularly high volume, so I'm not a teenager who's cranking his amp to 11 or whatever, or wants to see how loud it can go or something like that. I don't like to play at a volume that's too loud for me to sing over without amplification.
Do you think that garage bands are pretty dead?
No, I mean, I think that they're they're just. I think Johnny's the ultimately originated as a garage band. You know, it's like in some of his early videos, you can see other guys in the band, and if you see like a clip of a live show, you can see the other guys in the band. It's a three piece, you know. I just think that bands work best when a single guy recruits people to be in a band to do his stuff. Usually, Beatles obviously an exception, but the biggest problem that bands tend to have. I do have a mic to plug in. I have a dynamic mic I can plug in and a PA. So I have those things. But unless there's going to be another instrument playing than than mine, I'm not going to turn up loud enough to need it. And so it's like if I regularly played with a drummer around here, um, I'd be concerned about noise only in the sense that I would not schedule any playing of music late at night, early in the morning, right? Uh, and then that's fine. Or it'd be a special occasion, you know, like obviously during the wedding, we uh, we had people doing karaoke in here, and like I think I did your test once in a while. Actually, I think we at some point I closed the windows and walked around to see how if you could hear it outside, and you could barely hear it like 10 feet away. You could barely hear it.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah, it's really quite. I'm not worried about sounds coming out of the house. I'm much more worried about this happening. Us having a casually a casual conversation in the garage. Me and Rachel talking in a normal volume in the garage, and somehow the people across the gully over here hearing it in their garage as though it were right next door. You know, because like we were sitting in that garage. Remember when we heard those voices? It sounded like they were right outside, and they were all the way across the street up the hill. You know, when Corey was here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. When I went outside and actually checked on it, it's just the weird bouncing audio waves, you know, or whatever it's called, sound waves. Uh, the way they're bouncing around things, I guess. I got a bass effects module pedally thing And I also got a bass EQ pedal, which was probably really a waste of money. I got it on the grounds that, oh, maybe I could just go, like, if I just want to go straight into the board, but not go straight into the board, I could run this pedal in between. But I didn't need it because the head has an EQ on it, and maybe I'll give it to Corey or something. I don't need that EQ pedal. I shouldn't have gotten it. But I didn't. I was thinking of like possible arrangements where I'd need that EQ pedal where I wasn't using the bass head. But what I realized is just treat the bass head as an EQ pedal. It's got to line out, doy. You know, it's better to go through the bass head than it is through the EQ pedal if you're only going to do one, and the bass head has an EQ on it. So why did I get the EQ pedal? Because I'm dumb. That's why. But the bass effects module thing, oh, I guess it's right there. Yeah, it is. I'm really glad I got this. It's called Zoom BFX 708. And it's got different amp simulators. It's got different effects like compression, distortion, EQ. What's Z and R? Modulator, reverb, total. It's also got a little sampler here on it. I don't know how to use it yet, but I figured I could look it up on the internet. I got sample record, sampler play stop. It's got built-in little drum beats. And this, I'm not sure what this pedal is for. It links to, you could set it up to link to certain things, I guess. This one says compression, distortion, parameter, /parameter 1, modulator /parameter 2, reverb /parameter 3. Like you can turn up different parameters on, like if you put a chorus on here or something, you can make it more or less chorusy with these things. Some of them only have one parameter to adjust, some of them have more than one. Anyway, that's what this is. And it was not expensive. It was the same price as the pedal that I didn't need. Because this does that too, I think. Ugh. Dumb. But anyway, I still feel like I got a great deal, even though I got something I didn't need. And realize, but I'm not totally unglad I got it, because I'm also thinking I could use the EQ pedal to super tweak out the EQ or something, make it sound weird. Like double or tripling up EQing that are all EQ'd the same way. But you know what I did not get today, but instead already had from before, as thus. Thank you. Let's see, you need to do like with these fingers, like this. Oh, great spirit.
Ooh.
Oh, great spirit. Hear our rain dance. I am raining waters. I call to you, skies, great spirits and clouds. Bring waters upon our savage peoples. Hold on a second while I get the 6-pack of beers and pack of Marlboros from my pickup truck that I drove out here to the hill on the reservation. Thanks to the success of our casino, I've got a very fancy $70,000 brand new pickup.
That was so beautiful. Like, I
really do feel like the rains are gonna come.
Mm-hmm. This song is, I title it Visit, Bison. My people are starving. It was one of my earlier compositions.
It was good. It was really good.
Yeah, I hadn't really developed yet as a songwriter when I wrote that one. A little bit primitive. But, you know, really, I think I finally have found my real instrument of choice. This is the instrument where I'm going to be doing most of my music on from now on. It's called a bell. Ding, ding. You can hear my bell say ding, ding, ding. I love to sing with my bell ding. It dings and dings and then I sing and say, hey, listen to my bell. Ooh, that was a stark ending. So this is, from now on, most of my music is going to sound like that. It's all going to be a little bit monotonous because it only plays one note, my bell does. But I was thinking about potentially getting a second bell.
It sounded like Christmas.
Right. Like I was a Salvation Army guy.
Mm.
I want
Well,
a
I was
variety
thinking
of
more
bells.
like, kids caroling. Don't they, like, in the back in the day have like a bell?
They might have. But see, what I'm envisioning is I'd like to build a structure somewhere that has a huge ass bell, like one of these big ass Liberty Bell things, even bigger. And that's the lowest note. And then has like 100 bells of gradually and smallening size, so that you could go. Now those bells, like maybe they'd have like a piano that you push a key and it rings it for you, something like that.
Like summoning maids in England.
Is that how you summon maids in England?
Yeah. With you pull a string and it rings a bell. And the person's name is under the bell.
In America, you summon maids with Adderall. Because every time I get added up enough, I just invariably end up cleaning.
I appreciate it. I hope I'm not making a mess.
Rachel, I never think that, ever. These things that you're worried about are not things I ever think. Sometimes I think, okay, well, Rachel's like totally asleep, so I don't know if I just put a handle on some shit right now. I think that. I just feel like I'm getting away with something somehow.
That's good that you take.
The thing is, you do plenty of stuff. It's just that, unlike me, you don't tell me about everything you do.
That's true.
I see you doing shit all the time. I never comment on it or anything. Sometimes I'm slightly annoyed, but no, I have to prioritize what you're doing. Like, for example, the dishwasher was making noise. The thing is, of course, there's a moment where I was like, oh, I don't want to listen to that. Because first I thought it was the washing machine. I was going to go close the door. Then I realized it was the dishwasher. And I was like, oh. But, the thing is, it never occurred to me to think that that was a bad idea for you to run the dishwasher, that you shouldn't have run it, or that I wish you hadn't run it or anything. I just thought, okay, well, I can't close the door. Because, and then very shortly after I got things all set up, it stopped anyway. It finished its job.
Good, I'm glad.
So, that's worst thing I might possibly think, and I would never dare dream complain about the noise made by the chores that you're doing. That would be insane. I'd have to be damaged or something. Obviously, I'm not going to try to tell you how to do your shit, nor am I going to deny the importance of it being done, and that outweighs any temporary noise it might make.
Yeah, it was full. I had to.
I'm glad you did. I appreciate the fact that you're taking responsibility for the dishes, as we each end up just sort of taking responsibility for shit without ever talking about it, right?
Yeah.
Which is great. Who knows how that ends up happening with us? It just kind of happens, right? Maybe you had more conscious awareness of it than I did. I don't know.
No, not at all.
I'm gonna clean the floor here where we feed trouble because, of course, it's got a lot of fuzz on it.
What?
It has a lot of fuzz on it.
Oh.
That's not good for the trouble right there. Because it's the spot that doesn't have any carpet. Sure. It's made entirely out of tiles. Oh yeah. You like watching me clean like this, huh? Wearing nothing but these black shorts and a blue shirt
Ooh la la.
and these flip-flops. I'm indulging all of your sick maid fantasies right now. I know you Japanese otakus out there secretly watch this with your weird tentacle maid fantasies, hoping one day to see this very scene. Well, your dreams have come true. This cat bed is full of hair,
Yeah.
and neither of the cats ever lie down in it.
It's all trouble.
Yeah, I guess occasionally they might sit in it.
Occasionally he does.
Like, why do we even have that other one?
I don't know.
Nobody sits in this one.
Kafia's gonna be sad that her bed is gone.
Well, she never sleeps in it.
No, she doesn't. But I mean the guitar case. She's sleeping on that.
From the land of sky blue waters, waters, hams the beer refreshing. Hams the beer refreshing. Something like that. Of course, like most people, you're probably confused by the choice to put the adjective after the noun that's modifying. The beer refreshing. What is the beer refreshing? The beer refreshing what, you know? The answer is no, they mean the refreshing beer. They just chose to switch up the order. Just to make us all wonder.
I like history that sticks like that.
History, like the choice of putting beer refreshing instead of refreshing beer? Or history like this. Are you a communist? No, I am an anti-fascist. For a long time, since I have understood fascism. Yeah.
Want to read?
Sure. Read away, my darling. You want me to help you with pulling?
Sure.
Let's pull 4 tarot and 1 oracle. Okay. This pull is for Eric. And these are the 2 cards that fell out. It's the devil and death. Wonderful times. There you go, darling. Here's your turn. The 2 cards that fell out. The devil and death.
Can't make this up. And I get the 3rd one.
Yep. We did that one.
Ooh.
The 9 of Swords.
Oh my god, what?
What's the 9 of Swords mean?
Stress, anxiety, sleepless nights.
Oh. Yeah,
Not untrue.
sleepless nights.
Yeah.
You gotta give me 1 more of those.
Okay.
And then an oracle.
Oh yeah, 4, that's right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just shuffling.
My bad, I don't mean to rush you. Sorry.
No, you're fine too.
I don't want to rush you because I'm not Russia and I'm not invading Ukraine.
Thank you. Okay.
Well, look at that. It's the 2 of Cups. That's Rachel trying to pull that piece of white banana out of my mouth. Now, why are you eating that white banana, Eric? She's saying. Oh, I just chewed on it. Let me have that. And she take it right away. Oh, wait, that's not conflict. No, they're sharing. I had it wrong the whole time. Look here, what do you think this snake down here is all about?
I have no idea. That's an odd choice.
Is there anything like that on the normal version?
No.
A little snake down there. See that guy?
There might be an animal.
I think it's Satan. Jake, Lola, and Satan are all hanging out. He's also represented over here in the devil card. Sleepless nights, Sharon, look, or Sharon, or Adderall. I have some sleepless nights.
I actually want to take another Adderall.
There you go for it. And then we can enjoy a new reality that death has afforded us
Okay, here's.
by indulging ourselves. Isn't that wonderful?
I like what Moonfae 11 has to say. Bringing an end to the stress and anxiety, which allows a break from unhelpful ties or through stress/anxiety, becoming fed up and breaking with the old.
There's a romance between them, a sexual attraction between these 2 dogs. I'm gonna tell you, they got nothing
That's
on me and
interesting.
Rachel.
I never heard that about the 2 of Cups. The 2 of Cups is usually pretty innocent in my mind.
You might call 2 cups healthy humping. You might call the Lover's card premature humping.
Yeah.
Anyway, unlock. There's trouble in Capel.
Yeah.
Right there.
Oh my god, it is.
Which one is our guy's Capel? The black one or the white one?
The black one.
Oh, the black one. The black is Capel, the white is trouble. Our house is a very, very, very nice house with 2 cats in the yard. Life used to be so hard, but everything is easy 'cause of you and you. This is the first part of the song. Our house is a very, very nice house with 2 cats in the yard. Life used to be so hard, but now everything is easy, fun, because of you. See? See how that works?
I love that.
Oh, we have one more card to go. The one oracle card. These oracle cards I see as producing a certain amount of stress in Rachel. But not this time, because we got peace, motherfuckers. Suck on that, motherfuckers. We got peace. You got slammed. Oh, wait, that's not very peaceful of me. Sorry about that. I didn't apply the lesson right away. It took me a second to get it. So that's pretty good, Rachel.
Yeah.
We get to, thanks to Death and Soulmate, we get to stay up nights having fun and peace.
Yeah.
What a wonderful time for us. Sorry if I'm pulling a Jeff on anybody out there who's struggling right now. I don't mean to brag about the eels that I'm catching while everyone's starving. But as was the case with Jeff, it's just kind of a natural consequence of me being me carelessly rather than a willful desire to be unpleasant to others. Sadness. I like this card. It looks ridiculous. Sad face cloud.
My ISFJ sister got those for me. She uses them herself.
I think they're a little. It's like there's no rhyme nor reason to the various like conceptual nouns that they choose, right? That's the thing about it. There's no. Is there like okay? What are these? What are these color cards supposed to represent?
So it says in the book, you go to the color, so you do Roy G. Bivet.
But there's so many different colors.
Yeah.
So many different
So
shades.
blue, so you go to the blue section,
Uh-huh.
and then you look.
So is blue? Does blue represent some kind of category? Besides just, is it just an indexing tool, or does it represent like all the blue cards are conceptual nouns that link to meow?
In very vague terms.
What does it say about blue?
Blue is a primary color and is associated with logic, honesty, trust, and communication. Ancient Egyptians celebrated the color, creating the first synthetic blue pigment. The color also has powerful religious significance across cultures. Blue is also connected to the water element. As a result, it's sometimes used to symbolize transition and our emotional depth. Like water, blue can be cleansing both physically and spiritually. Blue light can wash away feelings of sadness and is used as a treatment for seasonal affected disorder.
Okay, so they're not wanting to meaningfully provide an understanding of what blue means. It's too many different things, none of which link to each other. Just because someone somewhere once interpreted blue to mean this is not a good reason to include it in the category of blue. If you wanted to categorize with color well, you'd say something like, I've used blue to represent all of the processes of external verification. So then you have nouns on here that don't include any things about your subjective feelings or state of being, right? They just have to do with things that validate externally, like expertise is a heuristic used to validate things externally. So you'd make that, right? And then if it were just an index tool like that, In other words, you're not trying to attribute any meaning to the color blue except that it represents a commonality that all the cards share. Then you can do shades of blue and say, like, this is maximally expressive of that commonality, this is minimally expressive of that commonality, right? Or whatever. But you certainly can't have blue representing both logic and feelings, flow and faith. Those things don't go together.
They don't.
They don't go together at all. Whoever put this together was not being very intuitive about it. That's what I have to say
Well,
about this oracle thing.
yeah, that's why she likes it, right? Because
It's just
NI is in her A slot,
right.
so she knows that tarot is really in right now, and it's something that I do. So she wanted to get into it, but she finds these cards.
Well, the thing is, it was obviously done backwards. So somebody came up with a bunch of words like this, and then said, "Well, what color do I take that one for so rather than saying, "I need this many colors because I'm trying to include cards covering this domain of life, this area of thing, these various areas of thing, like the tarot does with emotions, TI logic, TE logic, and then another kind of what I guess okay, TI, then FI logic, then NE, and then TE, right? FI, TI, NE, and TE. Those are the four things that the tarot divides it into. Pentacles are TE, uh, rods are NE, more or less,
Yeah.
and swords are TI, and cups are FI.
Yes.
And then your NI is conveyed in things like the High Priestess.
Yep.
And to some extent the Empress maybe.
Yeah.
Also like states of being, like stages of development, kind of states of being, like nativity is conveyed in the Fool as kind of an archetypal expression of the self that's necessitated by learning from experience, namely learning the hard way. Because bad things sometimes happen and you learn from them, the concept of being naive is necessitated by people's capacity to evaluate their previous selves in comparison with their current self. That then generalized out into a nice archetype, right? Like, remember, at the beginning of every journey, we started off a fool because we've learned none of the lessons the journey had to teach us yet. Let's put those there.
They say that the major arcana or all the cards represent a story, the story of the Fool.
Okay, Winston's mom, I'm going to concede you this one. Pentacles could very easily be seen as SE. Money is more SE than it is TE.
They do have Eight of Pentacles, which is like the hardworking man.
Okay, well, then I'm going to say, look, we're looking then at TI, FI, TE, and SE. TE is rods. That makes more sense for rods than NE, really. It's like executing some plan. Yeah, granted, it's often interpreted as creative projects, but that's just because the tarot doesn't account for NE or NI in the minor arcana. It only accounts for them in the major arcana. And as far as SI and FE go, well, those are, I guess SI is represented in terms of like during the course of any journey, you're likely to have this kind of particular experience, such as needing to rest, right? So, in that regard, SI's carried through in instances where it actually is significant part of the story of the journey, right? And it doesn't in parts of the story that is not so significant.
Hey, Mr. Bobby.
FE would seem to be uh, kind of covered by cups, but probably shouldn't be so much. You know, it's like I don't think cups. I don't think feeling. I think FE is really about feeling so much. You know, it's more about well, I mean, it's about other people's feelings. So it's like reading your cues that you're not feeling this that you might have on your face and body language is an example of attending by extroverted feeling. But it's not part of the hero's feelings, right? The hero's journey doesn't include um, the other people's feelings. That gets interpreted in the hero's journey as either intuition, being correct about that matter, or misinterpreted as FI, being all about feelings because it's about. But see, FE is fundamentally about rendering somebody else's particular display, data, whatever, about their subjective data, and rendering it into objective statuses statuses that work like objects. Let's put it that way. Um, instead of the malleable, changing thing that those feelings have. So you might conclude from somebody's display of feelings that there's going to be a problem between the two of you next time you see each other because they look visibly upset by what you said or something. Um, that that object won't change until new data updates, while the subjective data that it's drawing meaning from is constantly fluctuating and is changed, as soon as you exited the situation, etc. No, I get that water represents feelings. What I'm saying is we kind of misunderstand extroverted feeling to think that it's actually mostly about feelings. It's about turning other people's feelings into the kind of objects that you can use in making decisions and pay attention to, namely static objects that aren't somebody else's subjective experience, meanings that you construct from the displays they provide, action you take in accordance with the decisions you make based on those meanings. So I agree with you that most people are prone to thinking matters of extroverted feelings and matters of introverted feelings are the same thing. And that's because by and large they correlate with each other pretty well because if you know to display an authentic disregard for another person's emotional well-being doesn't play well, right? But regardless, it's best understood, the tarot, as expressing both the ends, SI and FE, as I described. That you just give each of the minor arcana, FI, TI, SE, and TE. You were right to correct me on the money SE thing. This is part of an example of my 8th slot super unconsciousness tendency to mistake 7th and 8th slot for other things, stuff like that. But so you give those four to the minor arcana, and the ends carry ends and SI carry through the major arcana, plus SI occurs through the minor arcana in instances and not in other instances. So it's not covered by a category, right? And then the last one, FE, is implicit in cards that combine intuition and cups or water. Those ones are typically understood as being intuitive about feelings. That's actually just means probably good at FE, even if they could be SIFE, you know. They'll consider themselves, and at first glance, a casual observer might consider them to be intuitives because they are very intuitive about what people's displays meant. As you get to know them more, you'll realize that that they're not necessarily correct about that, but they certainly talk intuitively about the subject. And that goes for ESFJs even, not just ISFJs. So there is an element to FE that is FE and not linked to intuition. It's generally attributed to intuition, but incorrectly so. I'm sure being very intuitive about people is probably one of the reasons a lot of SFJs end up thinking they're NFJs. That combined with the massive swamp of misinformation called cognitive functions. Because they're not wrong. They are very intuitive about people. It's just we're using the wrong word. We should say they're very FE about people. Very FE. But I don't want to be called intuitive instead because that's fancy. It's not fancy. But remember, I want to stress this. Yeah, Eric, sure. He's pretty fancy. After all, he's so right about everything. It must be because he's an intuitive. No, most intuitives are horribly wrong about most things. Don't you ever forget that. It takes more than just being intuitive to be right about things. You gotta be using the correct validation metric under the correct frame. That takes more than just intuition. That requires lots of stuff. So don't forget that it's incorrect to generalize from Eric statements about intuitives. Intuitives, by and large, use their intuition to be more effectively wrong, which is the worst possible outcome. You don't want to empower wrongnesses by giving it the gift of NI concision to make your stupid bullshit more attractive and convincing to people than Eric's correct cleanliness. I'm not over here making a discursive mess. I'm not throwing my fast food bags full of half-eaten fries out the window on the information superhighway and littering bullshit all over everything. No, I'm not. I do clean work. As I have done here today. And I gotta say, what a very satisfying live stream to do. This is being the devil, right? Like just indulging in yourself. Just, I'm gonna take some Adderall, go buy some musical equipment, come back and scold everybody for hours. When you ask why, I can only say the devil made me do it.
Mm-hmm.
Jan Jams to join the stream say Chinese buffet sugar donuts will be the only thing you should eat. So, if I find sugar donuts someplace else, those are not adequate to eat. Leading to my second question, what if I can't find the Chinese buffet that has sugar donuts? Do I have to starve? Or am I then allowed to eat donuts from a non-Chinese buffet? I don't think of Chinese buffets as particularly central donut acquisition locations, you know?
I don't either.
Donut providers, I guess I should simply say.
I think of them having like Jello, pudding, fruit, pastries, cookies, ice cream.
I think of them as having stuff like they have at Panda Express. Chow mein, fried rice, sweet and sour chicken, you know, right? Not powdered donuts or sugary donuts. Now, for instance, Mom, if you were to say, Eric, name something you wholeheartedly agree with me about, I'm going to say beignets. I'm assuming you like them. I also think they're fantastic.
I do too.
But you know what they're not as good as? Those breakfast things I got on Hawaii.
Oh yeah.
Remember those things?
So good.
Remember what those things were called? Well, this was old knowledge from my dad, right? My dad discovered this local place in Kona probably late 70s, early 80s. Every time he'd go back to the Big Island, he'd go get these delicious, fucking, unbelievably good, mind-blowingly good.
Really?
They were like beignets, kind of. They were like these soft, donut-y, delicious things. Yeah, I could not stop eating them, you know.
Me neither.
I go out and get a dozen of them, and for the morning, we just plow right through them because Delilah would, everybody loved them. They're just fantastic. Empanadas or something? No, I'm saying heartily agree with. Not hardly, heartily. With all of my heart, I agree with your enthusiasm for beignets. But that just reminds me of the beignet beating Wonder breakfast bread at Hawaii. Like the best breakfast bread in history. Also, Hawaii features the best breakfast drink, guava nectar. You cannot go wrong with a fresh, locally sourced, ripe Hawaiian pineapple. Which pineapples, they're grown in Hawaii, you eat them in Hawaii, are absolutely fucking phenomenal. They're so much better than pineapples you get over here. Anyway, want to have pineapple, a glass of guava juice, and some of those breakfast breads.
Oh my god.
Oh, I just, oh yeah, I could just eat that all day long. I don't even need that just be for breakfast. It could be breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late night snack.
Yeah.
You have the same thing all 4 meals. Well, people still talk about Melissa talks around here. People still come in, bring her up. You know, drama has lasting impact on people's memories. And you know, the thing is, within any display of data like this, you're gonna have instances of high intensity called drama, and then long periods of not very much drama. So it's natural for people to note the things that stand out. The thing is, I'll probably go back to type policing at some point because I don't like the idea of other people's bad behavior impacting my behavior, right? Like, it's true that I don't like to deal with that stupid shit that happens when I type police people, and they don't like the fact that I'm calling into question their type because they've maybe for who knows how long been linking it to their self-concept and identity, even though it's wrong. You know, if you're somebody like Rachel, you'll try to link the wrong type to your identity, but you'll also intuit that it's wrong, and just keep searching until you you actually learn your correct type. At which point you'll no longer be intuiting that it's wrong, and you'll be at peace. So in those instances, well, those people are less, of course, INFJs are least likely to make a bunch of videos boldly assuming and asserting that they're X type and talking on behalf of the type, right? Like, Rachel doesn't want to deal with the kind of comment flack she'd invariably get if she were to upload a video called My Experience as an INFJ. You know? She doesn't want to deal with that shit.
No, I don't.
It's like, for her to even conceptualize such a video, she'd be thinking, first and foremost, how in the world can I convey anything about this without enticing and empowering haters, you know, and or offending somebody, triggering somebody, meowing. I don't really think about that at all after it's already happened. Oh no, this person's like mad. I mean, I know why I'm mad. Well, I don't get why they're so mad. I'm mad because they're being dumb. I don't think the things they said are God way to useless. I don't know why they're mad. Because you scolded them so much, Eric. Why don't they like being scolded? They get to learn. Well, they don't want you to teach them. Not any lessons at all? No. They just want you to affirm their bullshit. Even the most bullshit idiots as their bullshit? Yep. Do they know that it's bullshit? Apparently not. So shouldn't I inform them? Well, they're determined not to learn anything. Why? Because nobody should think that you can teach them anything, Eric, or else you're horrible. You self-important old man, you delusional fool. You don't know things to teach people about. Certainly not themselves. You're like an ontological conquistador. Because you keep telling people the truth they don't want to hear. I've made a rectangle with my napkin. Look at this rectangle, ain't it grand? And you can see it's rectangularly made into a shape that's kind of like a square, but it ain't. It's a rectangle. He is very pretty. I agree with you. Bobby is amazingly pretty.
Yeah, amazingly pretty.
Every morning I wake up, I sing, Bobby's pretty, oh so pretty. Bobby's pretty, I'm fine. Because Bobby's so pretty all of the time is the next line in that song. Street urchin. You mean open? You mean open, the British,
I
the
thought
blind British orphan boy?
open.
Are you calling for me? No, open. I'm not calling for you. I'm just referencing you. Because I'm blind. Actually, because you're an orphan, which is kind of like an urchin. No. Urchins live in the ocean. It's a different kind of urchin. Yeah, Mr. Bobby. Well, you got a mix of things around here. We don't get that much open compared to, say, random scoldings elicited by a comment read and or talk about cognitive functions or terror or whatever. But you do get a little bit of open as well. Because I'm blind. That's not why I open, but thank you for contributing. You're welcome. Hi. Hey. Hi.
Hey.
Oh. The second young person is not terribly likable, but he is very pretty. Oh. I thought at Mr. Bobby meant that Mr. Bobby was the second young person. But I misread that. Now I understand. I was wrong. You should have all condemned me and hurled invective at me. You're wrong, Eric. You're wrong. Now prostrate yourself. Kowtow before me. Like a Japanese underling getting berated by his psychopathic boss. Yes, you're so pretty.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You are so pretty.
So pretty. Can't take that away from you.
That's why in the yearbook, you were named prettiest girl in school. Prettiest girl or guy in school. The thing is, it had previously been awarded only to girls. They had to update the category to add or guys. because you were so much prettier than all the girls. Everybody said, now there goes the belle of the ball, and they were talking about you. Sure, it was your fashion taste somewhat. You had excellent taste in handbags, you had excellent taste in scarves. Sure, it was your saunter. You sauntered with a wiggling hip jauntiness that befuddled and bewitched all the boys in school. But mostly, Mr. Bobby, it was because of your enormous tits.
That's the real reason. Like, just gotta bring out the truth.
That's a reworked Steve Martin joke. Yeah, in Cruel Shoes, he's got this like short story slash poem called Jugs. And it's like, she was smart. She was efficient. She did all these wonderful things well. But most of all, she had the jugs. Steve Martin, Curl Shoes is such a brilliant book. Like his poem about pussyfooters. Don't be a pussyfooter. Nobody likes pussyfooters. Great stuff. I highly recommend it. I highly recommend it to all of those in the mood to read a thin, funny book of little clever INFJ witticisms. It'll tug at your scrotum strings like Mama's apron on a cold winter's day. My reaction is, I didn't realize Melissa was getting questioned about her type by even her own audience. They was the first guy to open that Pandora's box. I mean, I think that anybody watching her, before I type policed her, I had myriad people saying, please type police Melissa Talks. She was like #1 request, hit song request for type policing was Melissa Talks. So it's not like I was the first person to suggest she might not be at ENTP. I'm sure she astroturfs the fuck out of her comments so that nobody questioning her type gets to actually say anything. Meanwhile, Jeff Shaw gets to question my type all he wants over here because I'm actually an ENTP and believe that by and large, people should be allowed to express what they wish and it be responded to on point rather than simply silenced if you don't like what it's saying, you know?
That's fair.
The biggest controversy around TWFP history, I mean, there's been so many of them, it's hard to say. There's been a lot of controversies. From when that dumb ESFP girl deleted a bunch of my videos.
Chloe?
She's spiteful. No, that was a different big drama thing. That was a different dumb ESFP girl. I forget what her name was.
Taylor?
No, her name wasn't Taylor. Her name was... She's this dumbass girl that...
Oh, yeah.
She was from Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why I was in Oklahoma in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Was to go see her.
Yeah.
Because, you know, various people said, well, you gotta stop and see me too, you know. She was like very flirty about it. I was single at the time. But anyway, she was such a dumbass, that girl. God, that girl was dumb. Like, it's fine to be dumb. Stop being dumb about being dumb. Like, she always like have like a book out, like, I'm reading this by Carly Dog. I've been reading this before I got here. And she, oh, hello, I didn't see you there.
Wow. Bad acting.
Like that shit, you know?
Yeah.
Like, Courtney, that was her name.
Courtney!
I said, okay, as soon as I imagined her doing this, I could hear myself saying to myself, oh God, Courtney, will you stop posturing? It's so fucking transparent to anybody with any intuition. She was a big controversy because she did damage to the channel, you know?
Mhm.
Chloe was a big controversy. She destroyed the Raw channel, one. And, you know, there were also controversies with like Damon Gray, his old channel. There were controversies where I call that EJR&D right at the beginning of my channel and the very end of his channel. It was too late to meaningfully engage him. He left this one like shitty comment on one of my videos and then he deleted it. There was a big controversy when Nick met Jewel on the channel and played homewrecker, seduced her or whatever. I mean, she wasn't in a good relationship anyway. But regardless, that was a big controversy.
Oh yeah, that does sound like a big controversy.
We had a big controversy when with Becky and her shit, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Plenty of controversy with C.S. Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
I got a strike, a bullying strike. We're engaging in old style discourse under the new rules. I had to experience the consequence before I really understood. Yeah, this was in this weird little gap period between when they implemented the new rules, but hadn't implemented the self-reporting thing. So I had no chance to self-report on it, right? So really, they should give like amnesty to people who got busted during that brief period when they had the new rules implemented, but not the tools that you can use to avoid running afoul of them, right? They should give an amnesty to people like me
Yeah.
and just absolve that strike, you know? Because I get it, that comprised bullying, and by the new standards, and regardless, it didn't comprise civil discourse. There's no reason to be talking like that. I deserve to be busted, but I don't really need the strike because had you allowed me to self-report, I would have either self-reported accurately or been influenced by that self-reporting requirement to change, make a different video, you know. So this is cool though. I like how it looks.
Nicely
It
done.
looks like a Italian cookie.
Yeah, it does look like an Italian cookie.
Yeah. Italy beat Argentina in the Women's World Cup. Argentina looked good. They've got one player who looks quite flashy on their squad. That looks good. Like she looked better than the Italians and better than her teammates.
Wow.
But the Italians won, and they won by at least 2 goals, if I remember correctly. Germany beat Morocco 4-0, I believe, maybe 5-0. And the first game was that was Argentina and Italy. The second game was Germany and Morocco, and the third game was Brazil. Brazil looked pretty good. Put a 3-0, hung 3-0, I think it was, on some whatever, whoever they are. Panama. That's who it was. Panama.
Panama.
Panama. Panama. So now every team has played once. Starting this evening, they are playing. Teams start playing their second game. The United States plays its second game on Wednesday. Ranked number one in the world and the overall favorite in the tournament to win the whole thing, the U.S. opened their action in the World Cup by beating Vietnam 3-0. Now, since they did that, a couple of teams have equaled or bettered that, such as Japan's 5-0 victory over lowly Zambia, and the Germans' 4-0 victory today over equally lowly Morocco. But the U.S. was playing Vietnam. They're also lowly, though not so lowly. As I learned, they're actually ranked like either 20 or 30 in the world rankings, Vietnam is. Whereas a BBC reporter was scolded during the World Cup for asking questions about human rights. I mean, why would you go to a sporting event to ask questions about human rights? If you're going to a sporting event, you should ask questions about sports. If you want to ask questions about human rights, you should ask questions of people who have political power, who have some answers to give you, or possible actions they can take to either remedy the situation or to stop creating it, or whatever. Those are the people to ask about human rights issues. Don't ask soccer players about human rights issues.
Yeah.
What the fuck do they know?
They don't know.
Sports are not the right place to make political statements. You know, it's just not the right place. I agree that the Olympics shouldn't be held in North Korea. They shouldn't have been held in China, ideally.
Yeah.
You know, because those are authoritarian regimes that don't deserve to be rewarded by hosting the Olympic Games. But when the Olympics are held there, it is silly, stupid, and not appropriate for us to boycott it because we don't like that place's politics. We're not going to validate that place. We're going to compete in the Olympics.
You said it.
So, yeah, that reporter mistook the soccer press conference for a press conference at The Hague. Go to The Hague if you want to ask human rights questions, dummy. Ask about Hollybeard. I've been to Hollywood plenty of times. It's not that weird.
I wouldn't call it Hollywood.
It's a very boring place. It's got tourist places that sell shit like Hollywood sign or whatever. It's got corporate fucking restaurants like, you know, like, I don't know, Cheesecake Factory or whatever. And it's got like a wax museum down there. Some Italian restaurants, you know, it's fine. It's got those stars on the sidewalk. It's not as trashy as it used to be. Not as like gritty as it used to be. So, because it's like Hollywood Boulevard, the Chinese theater area, all that kind of stuff. They don't let homeless people set up encampments there because it attracts tourists, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's actually gotten better than it used to be when it used to be crawling with like street prostitutes and stuff back in the 70s, 80s,
Yeah.
early 80s and late 70s, you know. It was one of the places my parents didn't want to go take visitors and stuff because it was so like just not for children and old people. Like New York back in the early '80s was like that too, you know. Lots of places around New York where the subway was like that or whatever. Well,
Oh,
Hollywood
yeah.
Boulevard used to be like that too, but nowadays it's been fully sanitized and corporatized and is boring as fuck. Nothing could be more boring than Hollywood. And the industry itself, I mean, it's it's always a manifestation of broker deals. So you can't say much general about it, right? It is true that there's more room for sociopathic people slash narcissists or whatever to operate in a business environment that's always made out of individually brokered deals because that rewards maximally networking skills, manipulation skills, other things like that, and links least robustly to actual profit outcomes. So it's difficult to say if there's any negative consequences for you brokering this deal as long as it works out. It's all TE logic. There's no TI to it. So uh, TEFE, right? When things are all interfaced, then they are conducive to excellent interfacers exercising sociopathic or pathological agendas of some sort because there's no deliberative checks and balances in place. It's always all about the bottom line. As long as we all made a lot of money, well, we're just gonna think, well, you know what? This is Hollywood artists, so we do think a little bit different. I mean, obviously, if you were to evaluate accurately Hollywood's ability to control other parties' impressions of Hollywood in the last few years, you'd say they display no capacity to do that. The Me Too movement blew up everybody's blithe disregard of what was fundamentally a toxic and victimizing work environment for practically half of the actors, right? So you have to say that Hollywood needs to hire a new press secretary if it wants to claim any power to control people's perceptions about itself anyway. Okay, I'm going to end this stream now. We're going to split. Maybe watch some cartoons or something. I don't know. Do something other than this for a while. Maybe even watch a bit of the stream. I think the beginning part, before I got distracted by the bass guitar, was an excellent example of a top shelf scolding. So I might enjoy watching. Now remember, I'm not scolding you. Unless you qualify as one of the people who don't all the behaviors are articulated as ordinary scolding. In which case, I'll. Regardless, be kind to yourself, love yourself, and stroke your tenders. Goodbye, good night, and good luck from Rachel and Eric.